Hello, happy Friday, my friends and family. Welcome home. We are here in the Sned Shed about to deliver to you a very, very important show and a very fun show, and looking forward to spending the evening with you. Cheers, everybody. Having a little tea. I'm going to have a little water tonight and a little wine. So I'm looking forward to just relaxing and opening up some minds. What do you say? We all open up our minds tonight. Good to see you all. Good to see. I jumped on the chat early, so great to see you, Azera. Awesome. Saying hi to all your pals here in the in Snedland. Air Force vet. Hope you had a great Veterans Day yesterday. Liz, hello from California. Great to see you. Parisa, happy Friday. Sun up, hello. Darren, hello. Good to see you all. Wyoming in the house. Eric, good to see you. My friends, this is a great place to be right now. There's a lot of hello, Bayou Don. Code is checked, ready to roll, Darren. Awesome. Num Garrett, good to see you. Hello, Christy. Cheers from Raleigh. M Flute Man or Fluteman. 222 viewers on Facebook. Love those numbers. We are up to 672. Let's get up over 700. Please share this out, folks. If you're on YouTube, would you please hit the like button, and obviously you're subscribed. But if you're not, please do. You'll be glad you did. We are the best subscription since. Let's see. Some of them used to be good subscriptions. I wouldn't say they are anymore, but let's just say we're a good subscription. And please give a thumbs up and a like, and please share this out. All right, my friends. Let's see. Sherry, doctor saved my job with a medical exemption. Praise God. That's fantastic. You're welcome, Eric. Good to see you. Howdy from Texas, Susan. It's too hot in Long Beach to be wearing a coat. Tom, yeah. It's hot in Southern California today. And we're getting the warm Santa Ana's in. And there are winners, wieners, and winners. Yes, Audie. Hello from Michigan, Cindy. Hello, everybody. Happy Friday night. Yes, Diane, welcome back. Welcome out of Facebook jail. And glad you still watched, and sorry you couldn't comment and do all the things you can. But welcome back. Obviously, you're crushing it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be put in Facebook jail. Dixie, thank you. Thank you to all my mods doing incredible work. Nathan, Pete, Barbara, Cindy, Jen, Dixie, just doing phenomenal work. Christy, of course. Who am I forgetting? Sun Up. Thank you guys for just keeping the rooms cool and chill. And if we have any issues, just hit me up. Sned family, yes, Pat. And I'm just enjoying I have this. I'm going to put this behind me at one of these days, but just enjoying this because I'm looking right at it when I'm here. So thank you for that again, Pat. Just so wonderful, and the Afghan is fabulous. And folks, I got a new little thing that I'm going to show you. Hold on. This just came in the mail today. Let me show you what we're looking at here. My first ornament of the season, my friends, a little bear, if you can see. Hold on. There you go. It says Sneds on it. And then on the back, where we go one, we go all. Cute little bear ornament. Fantastic. So he's going to be hanging out with me tonight. And let me put that over here. Hold on. And just read this fabulous card, if I may. Faith, love, and hope. The greatest of these is love. Dave, just a little trinket to thank you for being our head Sned. When I saw this Patriot Bear, I knew immediately what was missing and who it should belong to. Your show has been a constant beam of hope for many of us through these insane times. Continue on, young man. Keep up the good work. Shelley Klein Hickox. Thank you, Shelley. What a beautiful little card. Thank you so much for that gift. Much, much appreciated, folks, when you go to the post office and, go to the store and get something for me and put it in the post office and, send it. It just means a lot. So thank you. Much appreciated. My friends, what a week it's been. We are absolutely winning. And who feels like we're winning, and who feels like the actions of either a black hat controlled deep state or the actions of a white hat controlled deep state are showing desperation, right? Desperation. Winning. Sherry. Dusty Plum, right? Let's see. We are winning. Stone Cali. Winning bigly. Kurt, yes. We are winning indeed. Don't you feel that? Ingrid, winning. Yes. Dad, yes. I do. Awesome. Winning. Big time. Billy Pack here, Ohio. David, we all need to pray. Yes, we that's why we do it every night. Wendy, winning. Trump says he'll be in office soon. Yeah, if we speed up these audits, right? Or if something else happens and we see that we actually, it's been like that all along. Doc, still think deep state is kicking our ass. Interesting. A lot of people think that. I'll actually address that, why I think we are. Appreciate that, Doc. We are winning. Trump doesn't talk drive. Let's see. Yeah, Newsmax just announced panel on the 5th U.S. Circuit of Appeals in New Orleans rejected a challenge by Biden administration and upholds its decision to put on hold an order for vaccine mandate. We're going to cover that in the show tonight. Thank you, Melinda. We're going to cover that because that is huge. We are winning because God wins, yes, and yet we've been losing for a very long time. Let's be realistic. We've been losing for a very, very long time, and so it feels really good to be winning finally. Good. Got to be white hats. Yep. Excuse me. Sherry, I do wish to be quicker, but all in due time. Yep. Good. Dia, good. Winning. Yep. Winning. I feel stuck in the middle with you, Dave. Yeah, I feel you. After today, I think we are losing, especially with Bannon, web built. Okay, I get that. Yeah, I can see that. I will speak to this, by the way. Big time winning. Some progress in winning, Joanne. Okay. Okay, getting some snow up there in Canada, Sandra, looks like. We are winning, but we are constantly on the move and no rest. Definitely winning, Kay. Progress is winning. Good, winning. You guys are making some great comments that I really appreciate. Black hats are still hacking, not as much. Winning, good. It's a slow process, but I see it, Jill. Winning, no doubt. Look at this, guys. Look at this. I really wanted to know what you think. Like, I don't want you just to parrot me, right? You know that. But many of you are are, you know, saying what you think, whether it's winning or losing. Lisa, losing on the vaccine front. You know, how can you argue with that? You can't. But I want to address that as well. Thank you, Lisa. Certain dubious. That's a sideways smile. I'm going to guess that's winning. Cella J or Cella, I'm ready for a long winter's nap. With God's help, we are winning, Sparky. Yes, Jerry. White hats are in control for sure, Barbara. Durham report gives me hope. Sue, good. Deb, hard to feel it in New York City. Yeah. You know what, Deb? I imagine it would be hard to feel like they're winning in one of those, what do you call it? Internment camps that the Uyghurs are in China. I bet they don't feel like they're winning either. And New York City isn't far away from that, is it? I mean, it is really tragic. You don't have control over your body, So, this is what they're trying, right? Linda, yep, we're winning, absolutely winning. I want to be winning, but not feeling it here in Los Angeles. Mary, I feel you. I'm here in Los Angeles. Okay. 420. Hi, Uncle David Snedeker. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. We see it, but we are human and feel everything. Yes, we are winning. We are winning, and so is Kyle Rittenhouse. God, I believe we are winning. All the way on top of the game, we are winning. Awesome, guys. Awesome. Okay, so thank you for that amazing feedback on both sides, whether you think we're winning or losing, right? So, and by the way, I think so. Let me speak to this in tonight's monologue, my friends. First of all, let's. What do you say if you're new here, would you let us know and just say hi? Even if you just say hi, you don't have to say anything else, just so people can welcome you, because you are in a place where we want you to feel welcome. We want you to just come in and not feel like you got to have your dukes up or have your shields up, because most of the places on the internet you actually have to do that. But this is the Sned Shed, and you are welcome here. And many of us are home, and so we want to make you feel at home as well. And so we just ask you that when you come into this theater, this lovely space with right now about almost 1,000 beautiful humans over 6 platforms, just imagine you're coming in out of the cold, dark night air, and it's freezing cold, and you got this big, huge coat on to keep you warm, to keep you safe from the elements. And just imagine that coat just holds all of our preconceived notions, our indoctrination that's been dumped upon us, our unconscious bias, our ego, our way of thinking that has been programmed over the many years. And just imagine all that is wrapped up in that big coat, but you're coming into a warm theater. Just take off your coat, check it at the coat check, grab your claim ticket. It's safe there. You can grab it whenever you want, but grab your claim ticket, grab a snack, grab a drink, grab your favorite person, your favorite your favorite pet, and come on in. Cheers, everybody. Okay. Tonight, we ride. Midnight Riders. We ride and we share our story. We share the truth that we've discovered with others. And not everybody wants to hear it, and we know that. And not everybody is comfortable hearing truth. But it's a part of the process, both for us to express the truth as we have discovered it, and it's important for those to hear it, whether or not they're ready to hear it or not. Remember, my friends, that we have been programmed, and part of the programming is predictive programming. So they're showing us things that are eventually going to happen in our entertainment, on our billboards, on our trailers, on our news, okay? They're predictive programming in our television shows, in our entertainment, our magazines. Because if they drip it here and then drip it here and then drip it here and here and here, by the time they actually get to that event, it's easier for our minds to accept that as reality. And so we need to understand why they do that and how they do it. Now, there's two things to that. One is they want to prepare our minds for what's about to happen, and two, it's the revelation of the method, which gives them more power by telling them what they're going to do to us, and then they do it to us, and they laugh all the way to the bank. They literally make fun of us, call us useless eaters, and say, look, we told them what we were going to do, and then we did it, and there's nothing they did about it, right? And so we go through this path, and we're predictive programmed so that we come to this place when the actual event happens. So all the drip, the sharing that you're doing, sharing this out, sharing our show notes out, folks. Again, that is yours. Okay. Christy, Barbara, and I, Jen helps as well, prepare that for you so that you can take it. You might take just a link from it. You might take the whole thing, share it, share the link to it so that they go to the website. Share it however you want. That is yours to share, because the more we can spread the word, the more lives we save from the vaccine, the more lives we save from this lie that many, many people have been exposed to and predictive programmed into. And so as we come together and understand that so much needs to be done yet to communicate, there was something that we used to say when we were winning. And I believe we're winning. Let me speak to that. So, for those of you who think we're losing, okay, it's very clear to me that what we're seeing are the people that have awakened to the reality on this planet are the ones that are keeping themselves safe from the cabal and the actions of the cabal meant to destroy us, sterilize us, and or control us. So we're keeping ourselves and as best we can our family safe from the cabal by being awake. Now, one of the problems with being awake, and I've talked about this quite a bit, is that when we awaken to the reality of what's around us, there's two sides to this whole story. There's the indoctrination, right? I'm going to put it over here since it's right over the sign, right? There's the indoctrination, okay, where everyone's caught up in that. And several of us have broken free from it and left the indoctrination and come over here. And we look back and we see the indoctrination for what it is. And we say, okay. And then we try to let others know and pull them away from the indoctrination as best we can. Sometimes it works. It doesn't always. But that's why Q said, you can't just tell them. You must show them. And so many people over here in the indoctrination are seeing what's going on and they're leaving on their own, or they're leaving because they're seeing that and they're also hearing us, right? But one of the things that they constantly try to do is to keep us in a frequency, a low frequency that does damage to our spirit, does damage to our mind and our hearts. And so they constantly inundate us with bad news, bad news, bad news, killings, murders, rapes, trafficking, all these things that they show on the news and they constantly bombard us with. But here we understand that it's not just by accident. We understand who's doing it and why. So even though we come to a different frequency over here, we're still kind of bogged down in this three-dimensional frequency because we are still focused on the indoctrination. We are still focused on the people caught up in the indoctrination, right? And it's only here where we're at right now together, which allows us to communicate in such a way that we are able to raise our vibration a bit, right? And so by raising our vibration, even though we're dealing with the indoctrination, we're still able to raise our vibration, especially when we see how many people are leaving the indoctrination, how the indoctrination is not serving humanity, and so people are beginning to realize that, okay? So we're winning in that way. The way in which we're losing is that we're not able to communicate this to everybody in a way that saves them. So they're still in the indoctrination and they're making decisions that are bad for them. The jab, for example, right? So we know many people that have taken the jab and have died from it or have severe situations, excuse me, negative situations around it. But that's changing. That's changing. And so even in the ways that we are losing, we are winning because it takes that loss to make people see that that's not where they want to be. So that's what's so important about this. So for those that said we're winning, we are. For those that said we're losing, you're not wrong either. But it's those losses that are waking others up. Those losses which are challenging the narrative, challenging the government. And so in that sense, right, I've learned more from my losses in basketball and football than I've ever learned from my wins. So in the areas where we're still losing, I still think that we're learning from those situations and winning. Now, when somebody dies, folks, we don't know for certain where we go from here, right? That's just speculation, but it's such a deep belief for many because it is religion. It's part of the indoctrination. It's part of if it comes from a third dimension, but if you're connecting with your Creator and you're connecting with your Savior, then you are in a place of you believe in a greater existence, in a better place. I do. I believe that when we leave this physical third dimension, I believe we transcend to another dimension, and we connect with our Creator, and I think that's going to be a beautiful thing. So, and yes, some souls just know, like sometimes you just know it in your heart, like what's going on, right? And so, yeah, failure leads to success, Pam. I agree. And so here we are, and these people that are dying from the jab, they're going to the Lord sooner than the rest of us. They're going to their Creator. They're going on to the next dimension. And although that's very sad for us in this dimension, we don't see what's next. We don't see what's waiting on the other side. And from what I've heard, it's absolutely fabulous for those who have gone and come back and written about it, okay, and talked about it. So, so those who are losing may be winning as well, yeah, if they're losing their life, right? If they're losing their health, maybe we can bring that back. Maybe we can help them to bring that back. But this is the awakening. Everybody that's damaged here is a casualty to make us realize that we are in a war and that we must try to, we must keep fighting. And part of waking up the next day and fighting again means we're going to lose some warriors, right? And sometimes those warriors aren't careful and they step on a landmine and blow up. Sometimes those warriors, don't keep their head down because they need to stretch, and they put their head up and they get shot, right? Excuse me. So these are casualties that are building. But for every casualty, somebody learns something new about what's really happening. So going back to, the basketball analogy is that there was always a time in the fourth quarter or in the second half, depending on whether I was high school and pro or college, when you knew that the other team was panicking because they were down and we were winning, okay? And the coach would always, a good coach would always, call a timeout and say, listen, don't wait for the clock to run out. Don't wait for the clock to run out. Keep playing your game. Keep playing your game, which is over here, right? You and I. Keep playing your game. Wake up. Make the calls to your congressman. Make the calls to the judges. Make the calls to the people who are having trouble right now. Make the calls to the people who aren't sure what to do. Go see somebody. Plant a tree. Plant a garden. Connect with yourself. Meditate. Pray. Every day, we get up, do our self-care, and go to the war, because we're in a war. You know that. And every day we do that, but we don't stop and wait for the clock to run out, because every time a team, just tries to get the clock to run out, most of the time they lose because they stop doing what got them there. And where we are now, even though it's a shit show, even though it's a dark place, we've got to keep doing and even press the gas a little harder, put the pedal to the metal, and really race through this finish line, folks. Yeah, never give up, never quit. Keep pushing onward and upward. Absolutely. Right? So this is what I'm feeling. And I'm enlightened by you all and your outlook on this and how we're winning, because we're seeing how the other side is acting out of desperation, and whether that's a message from the white hats or actual action by the black hats, it still is the same story, right? So we keep moving. We never give up. Never. We got this. We got this. Together, we are so powerful. And even individually, we are so powerful, so strong. And that's why they have to dumb us down. That's why they have to indoctrinate us, right? Indoctrinate us. Wake people up to the indoctrination, my friends. Phrenic Friday. Of or pertaining to the mind, and of or pertaining to the diaphragm. Phrenic, right? They are after us, my friends. They are after us, our minds. They are after our souls. And we will prevail. Tonight on the Indoctrination with David Snedeker, where the news unlocks the map, Trump wins. Sussman surprises. Jess and Snow White. Drops, deltas, decodes, and much more. Todd and Cindy will be on a little bit later. Look forward to doing some dives with Tesla. And my friends, show contributors Betsy Ross, Judy Harden, Christy Kilburn, Steph M., Jen Davis, Chris, Brenda Kung, Trump at 17, Rick DePlanis, Greta Dice, Brenda Grace, Nancy Sutherland. My friends, thank you all for your contributions to this Truthcast. Thank you all for your contributions financially, donations, getting involved with 7K. Folks, reach out to Nancy Sutherland through the website, theindoctrination.com. Christy, please put that in. Will you put the link to the show in the show notes, please? You can do YouTube or whichever one you want, just so that there's always a link to the show in the show notes. Thank you. Thank you to our producer, Christy Nance. Thank you, Barbara, for all your hard work. Fantastic stuff, folks. Trump scores legal wins with one lawsuit dropped and another dismissed. Okay. Hold on a second. And by the way, Steve Bannon.
So the Justice Department has actually just issued a news release confirming that Steve Bannon was just indicted by a federal grand jury on 2 counts of contempt of Congress. They say stemming from his failure to comply with that subpoena from the House Select Committee. I'll just read a little bit from this statement. It says Bannon, 67 years old, charged with 1 contempt count involving his refusal to appear for a deposition and another involving his refusal to produce documents despite this subpoena from the House Select Committee. They're saying that an arraignment date has not yet been set here at District Court. And then Merrick Garland issued a statement as part of this release from the Department of Justice. He says, since my first day in office, I have promised Justice Department employees that together we would show the American people by word and deed that the department adheres to the rule of law, follows the facts and the law, and pursues equal justice under the law. And Allison and Victor, that's exactly what we've been hearing from the Attorney General all along.
Bullshit.
Today, the department now has this indictment on 2 counts against Steve Bannon.
Jessica Snyder, thank you for the reporting. Let's go down to senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Ellie, your reaction to the breaking news, these 2 counts of contempt of Congress in this indictment against Steve Bannon.
Well, Victor, this is a huge deal. This is enormously significant. Start with the fact that the Justice Department has not charged anyone with criminal contempt of Congress in 38 years, since 1983. Second, you have to go to the fact that this is going to be so significant for Congress's oversight power, for the authority and the power of the January 6th committee to meaningfully enforce its subpoenas. If Merrick Garland had decided not to charge Steve Bannon, it would have just been game on for anybody who wanted to defy the subpoenas. Now the message sent here is, if you defy the subpoenas, there will be consequences. You can be charged with a crime, and DOJ has backed that up right now.
So the reason why this hasn't happened in 38 years is because...
Caroline, so we should obviously remind our viewers...
Oh, my God. Hold on.
...that an indictment is not a conviction.
Jake
but
Tapper.
Theoretically, if Steve Bannon were to be convicted of 2 counts of contempt of Congress, is there jail time involved? How much? Is there a fine involved? How much?
So each count, Jake, carries with it the possibility of up to 1 year in prison. And yes, there are fines associated with the charge. I would just note, if I were Mark Meadows.
Hold on. Can anybody else get past the fact that this woman doesn't have a wrinkle in her skin and how absolutely creepy that is? Women, please, Botox, facelifts, whatever. She might be a young lady, but this doesn't even, I mean, at any rate, let her finish.
Today, I would be shaking in my boots because he was hoping that this exact situation wouldn't exactly happen. And now it's showing, those that would take the same path not to do so. It's been really a dirty little secret amongst those who represent people in front of these types of committees that really congressional subpoenas don't have very much teeth. You can really, bargain and cooperate with the other side in terms of what you can cover and what issues you don't want to cover. I think this is going to change the legal landscape for congressional inquiries going forward in every sense of the word.
So why do you all think two things? Why do you think that Bannon didn't?
At least every Michigander I know wants money for.
Why do you think Bannon wasn't scared of Congress? Maybe because they haven't done this in 38 years. Why haven't people, respected? Why hasn't this happened in 38 years? Is because there is a respect of Congress, okay? And so if there's this, subpoena, people pay attention to it. But this January 6th commission is a total fraud. That's why Bannon, okay? Bannon has Epstein ties, you think, Duda? I'm not aware of the Epstein ties with Bannon. Please send me what you got on that. So the whole part of the white hat op, yeah. Here's the thing. There's a reason why he's going this route, and I think it's to show that this Congress is completely inept and completely illegitimate in terms of this January 6th commission, and I think Steve Bannon. If I was Steve Bannon right now, would I be shaking in my boots? No, because he knows what's going on. And we're not going to let up on this. Steve Bannon, I will say this, that I will fight for you. No question about it. I will let the world know that if they put you behind bars, that you need to be released, and that this January 6th commission, all the people that are a part of that commission, they're the ones that need to go to prison. And they need to be tried for treason against the United States of America. And so I think Steve Bannon, honestly, sees this as a cash cow because there are going to be lawsuits against this commission. There's going to be lawsuits against this government. There already are. So first of all, let's talk about the two legal victories. And I go to CNN because they're actually talking about Trump's legal victories. And avoided having to sit for a deposition in a defamation lawsuit after former Apprentice contestant Summer Zervos agreed to drop her claims, according to a court filing. And a New York judge granted Trump's motion to dismiss a lawsuit filed by his former personal attorney, Michael Cohen, against the Trump Organization. Zervos had sued Trump in 2017, after he denied allegations that he had sexually assaulted her. A judge had recently ordered Trump to sit for a deposition on December 23rd, and Cohen sued the Trump Organization in 2019, seeking reimbursement of legal fees and saying that after he began cooperating with federal investigators, the company failed to fulfill its contractual obligations to indemnify him or pay his legal bills relating to working for the firm. The legal victories for Trump come as the former president's activities during the final days of his presidency continue to haunt him. As he navigates numerous criminal investigations and business challenges linked to the Capitol riot on January 6th, again, calling it a riot. On Friday, his former advisor, Bannon, was indicted by a grand jury for contempt of Congress after he failed to comply for the subpoena. So Zervos. Today, the parties have ended Zervos versus Trump. After 5 years, Ms. Zervos no longer wishes to litigate against the defendant and has secured the right to speak freely about her experience. She stands by the allegations in her complaint and has accepted no compensation. So why would you drop the suit? And then Cohen lawsuit, another win. New York Judge Joel Cohen granted Trump's motion to dismiss Michael Cohen's 2019 lawsuit. Mr. Cohen's legal fees arise out of his sometimes unlawful service to Mr. Trump personally, to Mr. Trump's campaign, and to the Trump Foundation, but not out of his service to the business of the Trump Organization, which is the only defendant in this case, Judge Cohen wrote in his order. In July 2017, according to the lawsuit, the Trump Organization agreed to indemnify Cohen and pay his attorney's fees and costs in connection with related investigations. And so they were proceeding pursuant to a joint defense. Cohen said the company had initially fulfilled its obligation, paying $137,460 in October 2017, which amounted to half the invoices he had received. They then promised the Trump presidential campaign would pay the remainder the following day, according to the lawsuit. So they're saying that this was frivolous. Michael Cohen criticizes the judge's decision. I think it's a terrible decision by Justice Cohen based on the fact that I was directed to handle the matters that I did at the direction of and for the benefit of Trump and the Trump Organization. Over the course of the weekend, I will be evaluating with my counsel whether to file an appeal or not. He'll lose again if he files. It's Mr. Cohen attempt to invent a basis for requiring the organization to pay his legal fees for personal criminal conduct, including perjury. So these were his actions, and trying to get Trump to pay for them. And so there's some wins and there's some losses here, right? And so, we'll take what we can get. But it definitely shows that that justice will prevail. We've dropped here the Durham indictment. Durham indictment on Michael Sussman. 933 beautiful humans on this Friday night. Welcome everybody. Across 6 platforms. You are in the Sned Shed. You are in good company with almost 1,000 beautiful, awake human beings. Folks, dig into this Sussman indictment if you haven't read it. The one thing that really sticks out here is how it shows that that the people, there are going to be more indictments coming from this, and also it shows that Sussman billed the Clinton Foundation, Clinton campaign, with all hours related to their work, and even billed Clinton for their time with the FBI, with his time with the FBI, meaning him being deposed by the FBI. So his ties are directly related to the working absolutely for the Clinton campaign. Doc Holliday came out and said that, breaking, Jake Sullivan, President Biden's White House National Security Advisor, is the foreign policy advisor referred to in the indictment of former Hillary Clinton presidential campaign lawyer Michael Sussman. So you see where more names are popping up, and there's going to be a lot at the very, very, very top. Jumping into the elections, county clerks in Oregon inundated with calls for the audit. So, folks, this is the kind of calls we're talking about, right? 11 months after this election, county clerks in Oregon are getting a new round of calls and emails disputing the results. Marion County Clerk Bill Burgess said the requests for audits and canvasses of election results in the county have been coming since June, but he said they've picked up the past few weeks following an audit of the county's election results in Arizona, right? Remember how so many of them went to Arizona, saw what they were doing there? And so see that pressure folks, if you put on the pressure, even mainstream media, Yahoo will cover it, right? Okay. There are inconsistencies in the Oregon election, and based on folks, based on just the fact that we've seen the stopped counting and all the things we've seen with the election, why is there even a question as to whether or not this should be audited? Every single state should be audited. No question about that. It's absolutely absurd that we're still having this conversation, but that just goes to show how deep the deep state is and how they're trying their very, very best to keep Joe Biden in an office that he has not earned, does not deserve, and continues to screw up everything he touches, which cannot be done by accident, must be done by choice and by design. Pennsylvania Republicans lay out legislation to create a new Bureau of Election Audits. So we're seeing, maybe more bureaucracy, but certainly maybe something that could be untainted. Okay. But here's another thing, that anything that is laying out legislation for future elections, I think takes away the energy from, we've got to go back to 2020, not only 2020, 2016, and every election over at least the past decade, and find out who needs to be in Congress, who needs to be in the mayoral seat, who needs to be in the AG, and who doesn't, because many of these were absolutely criminal. What happened, right? So be careful of this going forward, right? We need to go back, right? Committee members approved the bill on a vote of 15-9, with only one Democrat voting in favor. So think about that. Only one Democrat voted in favor of legislation that would create a Bureau of Election Audit. So that should still tell you where the Democrats sit on this side of history. Okay. This is, we spoke about this. More Georgia 2020 corrupt election acts revealed. 770,000 ballots ordered shortly before the 2020 election are missing. Where did they go? Okay. This is from the Gateway pundit, Joe Hoff. Thank you, Joe, for all the work that you and your brother and all of those at the Gateway pundit are doing for this country and for this world. You one day will be notified, not notified, but praised for the work that you've done during this battle, this war that we are in. Kevin Moncla at Uncover DC has not given up on investigating the 2020 election fraud in Georgia. The FBI and DOJ won't investigate the many crimes that occurred in that state, so citizen journalists like Moncla are filling in where the Injustice Department won't go. Today, Moncla uncovered more highly suspicious and likely criminal actions that went on in Georgia in the 2020 election. He discovered an invoice for over 1 million ballots to be delivered to Georgia right before the 2020 election. These ballots were printed in Arizona by Runback. We exposed Runback a while back. And some observations related to these ballots were reported previously. Fulton County, Georgia, ordered more than 1 million absentee ballots from printer days before the 2020 election. So, oh my God. Okay, we got to jump to another story, too. Today, Moncla reports that these 1 million ballots ordered from Runback were ordered with no stubs, as shown here. No stub, okay? All right. The stubs number the ballots. When a ballot is used, the manager keeps a stub to verify it was used. The ballot then becomes anonymous for the voter. With no stubs, there is no accountability of used, unused ballots. Why would anyone order no stub ballots? And then Bridget Thorne also said, yes, I called a neighboring precinct, and they were missing theirs as well. Did you notice that the run-back invoice ballots with no stubs? Why would you order emergency provisional ballots without the tear-off stubs that are needed for record keeping? Dangerous, no accountability. This alone should absolutely, they should fire all the election people that were a part of this decision, and then, arrest them. Okay. Mr. Sterling claimed that the ballots were ordered to serve as a backup plan in case the machines couldn't be properly logic and accuracy tested before the election as required by Georgia law. However, we reported that couldn't have been the reason because the ballots were ordered after earlier voting had already begun. Our contention was basically that the machines were already being used at the time of order. Therefore, testing couldn't have been the issue. Okay? And then also the Fulton County voting machines were not logic and accuracy tested before the start of early voting. So this is more corruption, and so keep your eye on this. This jumps to another article. Cardiologist who said he won't cry at a funeral for selfish, unvaccinated people suddenly dies in his sleep 2 weeks after the third COVID jab. 52-year-old prominent New Brunswick cardiologist suddenly died in his sleep just 2 weeks after getting his third jab. Over the summer, he attacked selfish people. Here it is. The collective argument to protect those who cannot get the vaccine, who want protection, immune compromised, the very young, the homeless, and disenfranchised. For those that won't get the shot for selfish reasons, whatever, I won't cry at their funeral. That was July 10th. Okay. He unexpectedly died on November 8th, just 2 weeks after getting his third jab, which he got on October 24th. Tragic. You know what? I cry for him. I'm sorry that you died. You look like a sweet, sweet man, honestly. I can't speak for him. But do we judge a man like this for a comment like that? Or do we challenge all of those who brainwashed him, including his medical school? Because nobody's more brainwashed than the actual physicians. It's tragic. So God bless you, Dr. Sohrab, and our thoughts and prayers are with your family. And it's a shame that you said what you did. It's a shame that you condemn those who are, practicing free thought and sovereign decision making. What a shame. What a shame. So, with the bad news of Bannon, okay. And we'll just show you this as well. This is the DOJ indictment, okay? And this is obviously the guy, Merrick Garland, who was lambasted in front of Congress and should not be respecting Congress the way he is because of the way they treated him. But he knows he's in the wrong. Excuse me. And so they're going after Steve Bannon now. But the good news about this is that the appeals court blocks this commission from accessing President Trump's White House records. Okay, and this is really important because the 3-judge panel from the U.S. Court of Appeals, okay, overruled a federal judge who had opined earlier this week that a House of Representatives panel investigating the U.S. Capitol January 6th incident had a legitimate legislative purpose in seeking the records. U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan, an Obama nominee, said the transfer could proceed as planned on Friday. Trump appealed. Jesse Banal, a Trump lawyer, said the former president is likely to prevail as he tried to convince the higher court to enter an injunction against Chutkan's order. The alleged legislative purpose underpinning the overbroad request at issue here clearly does not merit involving the president and his records. The panel agreed to stop the transfer pending a further order from the court. The court will hear the case in the coming days before making a more permanent ruling. So it is temporary, okay? But the panel consisted of judges Patricia Millett, an Obama nominee, Robert Wilkins, an Obama nominee, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, a Biden nominee, okay? So Representative Benny Thompson, the head of the January 6th House panel, did not immediately react to the order. So these are 3 judges that I would ask that you look up and please contact and let them know that that you feel that justice is being done with their decision, because this is an illegal committee. I mean, they stacked it from the get-go, and they're attacking President Trump, and there's so much that is absolutely not being respected. The rule of law is not being respected. The pulling it all together is not being respected. The way they did that, the way they wouldn't let certain Republicans on the panel, etc. My friends, it still says 9:33, which we were at, what was it, 17:13 the other night, forever. So it still says 9:33, but I will tell you that we have 205 in D Live. Hey, D Livers. Here, let me pull this up for you. 627 on Facebook. Paul Michaels. Thank you all. Great to have you. Great to be on Facebook. Obviously, we lost 5 accounts on Facebook. And 8 accounts total, actually. And then Twitter, I don't know how many, but YouTube is 451 and Twitch is 416. So we're like up to like 1,800 beautiful people in the theater. My math might be a little off, but good to have you all here. Happy Friday night. I'm a little tired. It's been a very long week. So much going on, and so I beg your forgiveness for any misfires or mishaps this evening. So let me get back to the notes here. This is more nonsense. The J6 committee misleading witnesses about Republican staff presence. If this was a real investigation, that'd land you in jail for prosecutorial misconduct, Representative Jim Banks said. Wyoming Rep. Liz Cheney ran to CNN a few weeks ago to accuse conservative stalwart Jim Banks of falsely presenting himself as the January 6th Commission's ranking member. Banks is, in fact, congressional Republicans' choice to be their top investigator on the committee, but he has been prevented from fulfilling his duties by Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. This is what we're talking about. However, it's Cheney who appears to be misrepresenting herself as a ranking member, that is, the top Republican on the committee. Okay. the committee as staff have been falsely telling witnesses that Republican staff will be present for interviews according to multiple eyewitness sources and documents. In fact, not a single Republican-appointed member of Congress, nor a single staff member representing the Republican conference is part of the controversial committee. Witnesses are being told that John Wood, a longtime friend and ally of the Cheney family, will represent Republicans when witnesses testify, but neither Cheney nor her friend is representing the Republican conference. So this is just more nonsense. It's all to show the actual absolute corruption, my friends. Okay. Okay. So shifting gears. All right. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? So, Kathleen says, I got a warning for saying good morning to everyone. That they said it goes against community standards. Unbelievable. Maybe you said morning, Sunday morning, and, they think you're making fun of Pelosi. Melanie, I love how Todd heckles Dave and he doesn't even see it. We should all have good friends that make us laugh. Is Todd heckling me? How do I mods? Why aren't you blocking him? Why isn't he? Why are you letting him get away with that? Plus you're drunk, Dave. Makes you sleepy. Literally, I just had that much wine, and it's like, oh my God, it opened up my exhaustion. Yeah, you can tell, right? Like it just opened up my exhaustion. I'm waiting for that tea to kick in. So, lying down, listening, Sned, friends, that's awesome. Okay. So Disclosed TV, just in. Ex-Barclays CEO, Jess Staley, who we showed you last week, had resigned, exchanged 1,200 emails with Jeffrey Epstein that included unexplained phrases such as Snow White. Jess, and then he had resigned his position at Barclays after his dispute with British financial regulators over how he described his ties with Epstein. Snow White is a fictional Walt Disney female character and was 7 years old when the evil queen tried to kill her. So the original story, she was only 7 years old, right? Excuse me. But a couple things here. We know that CIA calls the supercomputers Snow White and the Seven Doors. They call the seven supercomputers the Seven Doors, right? We also know that that Snow White is also a young girl who's asleep, okay? And Q keeps saying Snow White. So we're going to get into that a little bit tonight with Todd. And here are some other business executives that are linked to Epstein. Jess Staley, who we just mentioned. Leon Black, former CEO of Apollo Global Management, stepped down from his role in March. Also remember that Q would also say, update your lists of resignations, of CEO resignations, congressional resignations, firings, etc. So Black had transferred at least $75 million to Epstein between 2012 and 2017 for advice and services, despite telling investors that the pair's relationship was limited. Anybody that gives another person $75 million doesn't have a limited relationship, okay? The actual figure was even higher, $158 million, okay? And so then Leslie Wexner, the CEO of L Brands, Victoria's Secret. What are some of the others? Victoria's Secret. There's a bunch of women's brands. And he had been, his main client. A lot of money passed between these two. Okay. And when what we're going to see with the Maxwell case is how she used Victoria's Secret to lure young girls into the sexual abuse conducted by Epstein. Folks, the morning I heard Epstein was dead, my friend Sean texted me, said, they got Epstein. And I came on and I said, he's still alive. There's no way. And how do we know that? I said, because there was never a kill switch, right? And a kill switch is, for those of you who don't know, is that if somebody like Epstein, who relied on blackmail, right? That's how he lived his life. He was able to blackmail very powerful people. And for those who they keep alive through blackmail too, because they basically, the people who could be taken down by him basically know that if they ever take him out, that he's got documents that'll be released to people that will expose them. And so they keep him alive, right? Okay. Joy Ito, MIT Media Lab, Japanese entrepreneur and venture capitalist. They brought a lot of money in through MIT. I think that's why Aaron Schwartz was murdered, because he was exposing the hard drives of the MIT, the pedophilia that was on their hard drives. Bill Gates, huge connections with Epstein, huge connections, and very, very telling in his interview being asked about Epstein. Glenn Dubin, hedge fund manager, and his wife Ava had a close relationship with Epstein. Anderson Dublin had dated Epstein before she married Dublin in 1994. Epstein introduced them, okay? And he received $15 million from them, right? On January 15th, 5 months after Epstein's death, prosecutors in the Virgin Islands filed a lawsuit alleging he had used 2 private islands to traffic and abuse girls. One of the islands was Little St. James, which belonged to Epstein, and the suit sought to confiscate hundreds of millions of dollars from his estate. Just over a week later, January 24th, Dublin announced he was retiring from hedge fund Engineers Gate LP. So you see these connections and the resignations, right? Virgin Islands signaled to a local court that it planned to subpoena the Dublins in relation to this. Folks, you're going to see some major, major things come out. This is unbelievable. And of course, it's Time magazine, so they're going to bring up Donald Trump and Melania. But here's the thing. He's described him as a terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side, no doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. So, and then they had this, event where 1992 Calendar Girl competition where the 2 men were the only guests in attendance. I think they were the judges. So he's definitely hung out with him and partied with him, but he also had a falling out over a real estate deal and hadn't spoken to him in 15 years. He says, I was not a fan of his, I can tell you that. But Trump's numbers, 14 phone numbers, were in Epstein's book. But I will say this, that Trump, when he found out that Epstein had hit on a young girl of a member of Mar-a-Lago, that he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago and wouldn't let him back in and didn't deal with him. So once he saw his behavior, he got rid of him. He did fly. My understanding, Trump did fly on Lolita Express once, but he got a ride back to New York from Palm Beach, and Trump never went to Epstein Island. Never. Not on any flight logs, nothing. Okay. Now, this is huge. Okay, we're going to jump to the jab. Okay. The U.S. Federal Appeals Court affirms a hold on Biden's vaccine mandate, calls it staggeringly overboard. Okay. Applying to 2 out of 3 private sector employees in America in workplaces as diverse as the country itself, the mandate fails to consider what is perhaps the most salient fact of all: the ongoing threat of COVID-19 is more dangerous to some employees than to other employees. All else equal, a 28-year-old trucker spending the bulk of his workday in the solitude of his cab is simply less vulnerable to COVID-19 than a 62-year-old prison janitor. Likewise, and this is very important, a naturally immune, unvaccinated worker is presumably at less risk than an unvaccinated worker who has never had the virus. Natural immunity. This is the way the body works, and nobody is talking about this. Think about that. Nobody's talking about this. This is the way the body works. The body has something come at it, fights it off, and builds a natural immunity in case that ever comes back again. We can fight it off even easier, right? The list goes on, but one constant remains. The mandate fails almost completely to address or even respond to much of this reality in common sense. This is an obvious deal, right? Okay? This is important. Let's watch this. This is Chanel Rion.
Want to see more videos like
doing incredible investigative work. Okay. And let's watch this together. Okay. Let me get out of the way here.
And the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals is teeing up a showdown with the Biden White House over the vaccine mandate. Here's One America's chief White House correspondent, Chanel Rion.
Joining us now is Louisiana's Attorney General, Jeff Landry. General Landry, thank you so much for joining us. You have had quite a week with the lower courts based in Louisiana, your state, ruling in favor of freezing that vaccine mandate out here in the Biden administration. Tell us about where that case is and why you think that freeze is justified.
I think it's a great signal from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. The judges didn't take much time. I mean, it was in record time that they answered the stay, which we were seeking, because of the effects that it will have on America and certainly Louisiana as well, both job creators and employees as well. We have heard from thousands of people, both workers, both employers, and those, say husbands and wives of workers as well. This is, unprecedented that the government would want to stand in between the workers and their doctors on a healthcare procedure. And if this is allowed to stand, it creates an extremely slippery slope as to where does it stop.
General Landry, there was a question about the scope of this ruling, and there's some question about whether or not the Fifth Circuit's ruling, or at least freeze, applies nationwide or it applies to just the 5 states that the Fifth Circuit covers. What is your take on that?
Yeah, I've seen that debate go back and forth in the press and amongst some legal scholars. I'll tell you that if you look at the order, I don't understand how anyone could define it as being confined to just the Fifth Circuit. I mean, the ability of OSHA to implement the rule would have to be nationwide. The irreparable harm is covered from coast to coast. I think that these judges swept with a broad brush. And what we're doing is we're hoping that that will be clarified in the coming days. Briefs have been flying back and forth between us and other plaintiffs and the government. We anticipate that the Fifth Circuit may give us an indication of a more permanent decision, hopefully before the weekend is up or shortly thereafter.
What is your response to the White House's, the DOJ and the DOL saying that businesses should simply ignore the Fifth Circuit's ruling here?
Well, it doesn't surprise me that the White House would say something as politically unresponsible as that. Certainly coming from the Department of Justice, I think that is extremely problematic. I mean, to go out and to openly defy a court's order, I think is problematic, certainly for those that are carrying a law license and wish to practice in court. Of course, it's something that we've seen is a pattern that's developing under this U.S. Attorney General, a basically outright defiance of the Constitution and the courts, and certainly it's problematic.
Has the state of Louisiana been able to join other cases beyond simply this request to freeze the mandate since last week?
Absolutely. You know, I try to explain this as basically three buckets, right? And the question is whether the American people or a citizen of Louisiana fits in that bucket. The first bucket, if you want to take it, is the OSHA regulation that we filed suit on that has stayed right now, which covers employers with over 100 employees or companies with 100 employees. The second bucket would be federal contract workers or universities or organizations that receive federal funding. We've actually filed suit here in Louisiana and we're joined with a number of states on that case. We filed that suit actually the day before we filed on the OSHA regulation. And then there's a CMS bucket under which CMS issued a rule that said that any organization or agency that receives Medicare or Medicaid funding must have the same type of policy. We're looking to file that suit in short order.
Attorney General Jeff Landry out of Louisiana, thank you again so much for visiting with us today.
Thank you.
Want to see more videos like this? Visit OANN.com for immediate access to all the clips you've been waiting to see.
Thank you, Chanel Rion. And, you know, this is really great news because this is winning. This is what winning looks like, right? This is how egregious the Biden administration is. And that's absolutely staggering, the level of which they are violating our constitutional rights, right? This is a quick story. 2 million at-home COVID tests recalled over false positives. This company, it's called Ellume at Home, ELLUME, because of the false positives. What's funny about this is that they're not talking about the mainstream media. This is Epoch Times. They will talk about it. But nobody's talking about the false positives that were created by the what do you call it? The PCR test, right? Okay. This is Department of Health and Human Services. Elizabeth Brim, attorney, second letter, final response letter. The CDC and Prevention and Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry received your September 2nd Freedom of Information Act FOIA request. Documents reflecting any documented case of an individual who, after receiving a COVID-19 vaccine, was infected with COVID-19 once, recovered, and then became infected again, and transmitted SARS-CoV-2 to another person who, when reinfected. A search of our records failed to reveal any documents pertaining to your request. The CDC Emergency Operations Center conveyed that this information is not collected. How could you not collect this information? How are you not doing your job? By collecting information to find out how the actual human body, once you get it, your body then learns how to fight it, and then you're immune from getting it again, or much less likely to get it again. And they're not even touching on that. Okay? The WHO recommendation, by the way, somebody said that there was a whole whole school. I forget where it was. Please let us know. And I saw this earlier. There was a whole school that had to close, had to stop school, had to close down school because so many teachers were missing because of the jab. So that's happening a lot. Okay. WHO recommendation. Children and adolescents tend to have milder disease compared to adults, so unless they are part of a group at higher risk, it is less urgent to vaccinate them than older people, those with chronic health conditions, and health workers. More evidence is needed on the use of the different vaccines in children to be able to make general recommendations on vaccinating children against COVID-19. WHO's Strategic Advisory Group of Experts, SAGE, has concluded that the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine is suitable for use by people aged 12 and above. Children aged between 12 and 15 who are at high risk may be offered this vaccine alongside other priority groups for vaccination. Vaccine trials for children are ongoing, and WHO will update its recommendations when the evidence or epidemiological situation warrants a change in policy. So they're telling you children aren't getting it. Okay. This is important. This is a conversation from Tedros, between Tedros here on the right, who we're going to see on the left, I believe, and the head of Brazil, okay, who is, John Bolsonaro, who is total deep state, okay? Let's see this. So read the subtitles.
Causa essas medidas todas tomadas muito rápidas, sem muito estudo, desequilibraram a economia. O mundo passou quase ano de lockdown. Se continuar a economia fura de Right now, the world is opening up. So I don't think we don't need another lockdown.
Tedros says we don't need more lockdowns.
A OMS, quanto ao passaporte de vacina, tem a posição For now, we haven't, we are not recommending that because the vaccination rate in many countries is low. So, when vaccination, access to vaccination is low, having a certificate could be discriminating. Several people who did take a second dose are themselves contracting the virus, even after the second dose. Porque a vacina não previne a infecção, mas previne uma doença grave e previne o óbito, previne a morte. É esse o propósito. Right, but there are many people who have taken this experience. Ainda pode haver algumas pessoas sim, sobretudo aqueles que têm comorbidades, como algumas outras condições ou.
So, Brazil, guys, Bolsonaro is saying that people are dying from the vaccine, right? Tedros is saying, let's go back to this.
Previne uma doença não contracting the virus, even after the second dose.
They're getting COVID.
Não previne a infecção, mas previne uma doença grave e previne o óbito, previne a morte. É esse o propósito. Right, but there are many people who have taken this experience.
Many in Brazil got the second dose are dying, especially, and then.
Algumas outras condições ou quadro de saúde subjacente. Right, but 80% of patients are asymptomatic. Eu não tenho o comando das ações da pandemia. Passou para governadores e prefeitos.
So Bolsonaro is also saying that he has no power over these decisions. The governors and mayors have it by a decision of the judicial power. So he's showing that he isn't in control. And they're demanding mandatory vaccination for the children. This guy just said that they're dying after the second dose. And Tedros tried to play it off like there's comorbidities. So Tedros is not recommending it for young children. And they're having media problems in Brazil as well. The indoctrination, obviously. The lives of children are at stake, and nothing better than to follow what Adhanom said. This determination of WHO. And he laughs, we are still studying it. And laughs. Let me tell you, Tedros is not a good dude. Good answer. Bunch of jackasses sitting around in suit coats and determining the fate of our children. That's why we don't give this power over to them, because they haven't earned our trust. Okay? They haven't earned our trust. Some other good news. New Oklahoma National Guard leader changes COVID-19 jab policy. Folks, whatever you do, please just look at the vaccine very, very closely outside of the mainstream media. It's not my business what you do. Please just look outside the mainstream media for your information, because the mainstream media are funded by Big Pharma. And for you to think that you're getting real information from, big media is really naive. Think about that. It's very naive. This guy just took over the Oklahoma National Guard. In one of his first acts, General Thomas Mancino, said, ordered that no members of the Oklahoma National Guard be required to take the COVID-19 vaccination. Okay? No negative administrative or legal action will be taken against Guard members who refuse the COVID-19 vaccine. The memo came just one day after Governor Kevin Stitt appointed Mancino to replace former Adjutant General Michael Thompson, who had served in that role since 2017. And Thompson was a vocal proponent of the vaccines, okay? So the question is, was he ousted because of his views on the mandatory vaccine, okay? So this is good. This is good. That and don't forget, folks. Christy reminded me earlier that the National Guard is the state militia. You don't mess with the National Guard. You don't mess with the sheriffs. You don't mess with the National Guard. And just like the tests are being recalled, as are the absolute deadly ventilators. Okay. Philips ventilator recall troubles deepen as FDA finds new issues. They've asked Philips to conduct more tests on the foam used in its recalled ventilators after the agency found several new issues at the Dutch company's manufacturing facility. Okay. They recalled some breathing devices and ventilators in June because of a silicone-based foam part that might degrade and become toxic, potentially causing cancer. The FDA noted in a so-called form that between April 2016 and January 2021, Philips was aware of 14 instances of issues related to potential foam degradation with its different sleep and respiratory devices. They will repair and replace the 15 million devices recalled globally. 15 million devices. Okay. They have not sufficiently demonstrated that other devices containing this foam should not also be recalled, and its risk analysis was inadequate, the agency said in the form. Now, here's the crazy thing about this. How about the fact that the ventilators are being misused and killing people? They've killed far more than made 14 people possibly a little sick. Far more. Okay, far more. So let's focus on that. Let's not take our eye off the ball here. Americans quit their jobs at a record pace for the second month. Does he look normal? Does he look even remotely human? Okay. 4.4 million people quit their jobs last month, or about 3% of the nation's workforce. Think about that. 3% of the nation's workforce quit their job. Up from 4.3 million in August, there were 10.4 million job openings, down from 10.6 in August. It's a historic level, okay? Newly empowered workers quit their jobs to take higher pay that is being dangled by increasingly desperate employers in need of help. Incomes are rising. Americans are spending more, and the economy is growing, and employers have ramped up hiring to keep the pace. Rising inflation, however, is offsetting much of the pay gains for workers. It is typically perceived as a signal of worker confidence when people begin to leave the jobs they hold. The vast majority of people quit for a new position. And people are, competition is intense, but they're also, people are saying no to the jab, and that's causing a lot of these problems. And it's not even mentioned in this article in Breitbart. Why didn't Breitbart mention this? Very odd that they didn't mention this. That's a factor, right? Yeah, very odd. Let me go to, here's just a short blurb here. This woman's out of control.
Instead of being just a public option, to imagine what would it be like if instead of being just a public option for deposit banking, this would be actually the full transition. In other words, there will be no more private bank deposit accounts, and all of the deposit accounts will be held directly at the Fed. And there are very interesting implications from that thought experiment, for example, with the much more direct and proactive tools of monetary policy, like helicopter money, which is, considered radical, primarily because economists really do not know how to manage the issue of what will happen in the inflationary environment when the central bank needs to contract the supply of money. How is it politically feasible for the central bank to effectively take money away from people's accounts? To imagine what would it be like if instead of being just a public option for deposit banking, this would be actually the full transition. In other words, there will be no more private bank deposit accounts, and all of the deposit accounts will be held directly at the Fed. And there are very interesting implications from that thought experiment, for example, with the much more direct and proactive.
I had to hear her again because I'm honestly having trouble understanding her, okay? This is not the country she was born in. She was born in Kazakh American Communist attorney, okay? Let's see. Born in West Kazakhstan region of the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic. Okay, she literally is from a communist country, and she is in charge of our treasury. Not even born in this country. Okay? Think about that. Think about that. I can't even understand her. Not born in this country, comes from a communist country and in charge of the Treasury. Nobody else has a problem with this? No? So this is quite troubling. But how many people is this waking up? Okay. So not only, shifting gears here, not only is the New York Times, I'm sorry, the FBI and the DOJ violating James O'Keefe and Project Veritas, their constitutional rights, okay? But they're leaking this information to the New York Times, okay? Over a diary that Project Veritas didn't even publish. And the New York Times is told this, okay? How are they finding this out? They're being fed this information, okay? They're being fed this information. Project Veritas and the line between journalism and political spying. This is a hit piece on James O'Keefe and Project Veritas staff because they are dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. And so much needs to be looked into with this whole thing, but primarily with the FBI and their leaks to the New York Times. Senator Johnson probes the FBI aerial surveillance after Rittenhouse defense suspects foul play in Kenosha Cafe. The FBI used aircraft to watch the unrest in Ferguson, Missouri, and 2015 demonstrations in Baltimore, and the riots in Kenosha. Okay. The Kenosha footage is now being used as prosecutorial evidence in a criminal trial of Rittenhouse, raising questions about how the FBI preserves surveillance video and uses it. Given the FBI's apparent use of surveillance aircraft during protests and unrest throughout the country, it is unclear how the FBI monitors those situations, how it preserves the footage from those aircraft, how it uses it, and whether the footage is captured at different quality levels. Johnson wrote in his letter. Johnson's questions for Wray include how the FBI determines when and where to monitor potential unrest and how many aircraft to use, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? The letter specifically asked the FBI to disclose the number of surveillance aircraft the FBI used in Kenosha. Okay? More evidence, by the way, okay, that... While general aerial surveillance in public places is legal, the Supreme Court ruled in 2018 that extended surveillance of a person over a large space is not. Johnson gave Wray until 5 p.m. on November 23rd to provide the information. So we'll see how that goes down, and we'll keep you posted on that. They see this from the sky. They see everything that's going on. So they don't know what's bad. You know, or they do know what's good and what's bad, and they don't tell us, or they don't share that information.
The prosecutor in this Rittenhouse trial obviously did not do his due diligence before making the decision to prosecute. This tragedy never would have happened if the government had simply carried out its responsibilities to protect the safety, lives, and property of innocent people.
This shouldn't be a trial. This should not be a trial. It's absolutely absurd. It's a man, you know, defending himself. Okay. And yet the BLM and Antifa, they're probably going to riot after this. Okay. And Governor Evers of Wisconsin, is sending National Guard, 500 National Guard to report to active duty, okay, and to make sure that the riots don't get out of hand. President Trump was offering that a while back. Why didn't they take them up on it then, and you wouldn't had this all happen, and you wouldn't have these dead communists on your hands? Okay, not okay. All right. Excuse me. I want to go to. This is very important.
And the second of no.
I watched this earlier today, and it's really, really important. This is Dr. David Martin. Excuse me. I've shared his information before. Excuse me. He's doing a wonderful job. All right. And I'm going to show you just about 8 minutes of this. Very, very important. So please, please pay attention. What David Martin is doing, and he's a doctor, is he's doing really, really important work. Okay, so please, please, please check him out, and let's watch.
Decision made on the part of the FDA, where, quite frankly, the technology that is being deployed against children is technology that clearly serves absolutely nothing but the agenda that was put out in 2011, which I talked about in the Butterfly of the Week yesterday, which was an adoption over the decade of the 2011 to 2020 period, the mandate over that decade that was funded by the World Bank, by the World Health Organization, by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and by NIAID, the very specific objective to make a single medical intervention the preferred way we attack allegedly infectious diseases around the world, and diseases that actually cause disproportionate death in a variety of parts of the world. And it's amazing, as we look at that decade-long effort, that while influenza was the target for many, many years, and it was clearly the kind of holy grail that was being pursued in congressional appropriations from 2015 forward, the fact of the matter is the influenza uptake of interventions was not what was desired by the people who were promoting this technology platform. And as a result of that, as you all know, we had to come up with a public awareness of the need for medical countermeasures, such as the pan-coronavirus intervention. We needed the media to create the hype. We needed to use the hype to get to the real issues. You know, the profit investors will follow if they see profit in the process. All of those wonderful messages put out by Peter Daszak and NIAID and the criminal conspirators who have actually been seeking to have their economic interests triumph over the interests of humanity. All of that being said, I have been trying to lay the groundwork over and over and over again to help reinforce the fact that our commitment and our goal is to focus singularly on one particular action, and that is to make sure that the criminality, and specifically the felony violations of U.S. statutes, are the focus of efforts by attorneys general. And God help us if we could ever get a U.S. attorney to actually understand that when they took an oath of office to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States, that included against enemies, foreign and domestic. That includes domestic enemies. That includes people who are engaging in acts of terror against our civilization right now. And unfortunately, not a single U.S. attorney in the country, not one, has actually upheld its oath of office. And that's a remarkable and tragic state of affairs. But we are continuing to press on. We are continuing to focus on this issue. And today I wanted to take you into a topic that I would like you to have a very specific ability to address. And this is one where all I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce the concept, and then I'm going to encourage you to read the contents that I share with you. There are a couple different documents that are important. And as we go through the presentation, I'm going to try to navigate so that I have the ability to pop some of these references up for you, and others I'm going to encourage you to have a look at on your own. But let's be abundantly clear. We have a process inside the United States called the Federal Tort Claims Act. Now, We've talked about this before, so this is not a new concept. But I wanted to introduce you to a concept that we need to spend a bit more time understanding. And for that purpose, I wanted to make sure that we dove a little bit into the structure of what the Federal Tort Claims Act is about. What we actually realize is that at times there are, and I'm just highlighting the relevant pieces of the summary of this information. I'm going to pop this information into the chat, so some of you have the ability to have a look and read some of the material that we're talking about in this presentation. And I'm going to add a couple other references that are going to be things that I would like you to take some time to make sure that you take independent time to examine and read the information that I'm sharing with you. So please, if you would, make sure that you spend a little bit of time on your own chasing down some of these very important references, including the one I have up on the screen right now, and including the one that I'm going to be posting on the screen for you here in a minute. But the importance of the Federal Tort Claims Act really gets highlighted in what is the section that I've referred to in this piece of the video. Under the Federal Tort Claims Act, the federal government acts as a self-insurer and recognizes liability for the negligent or wrongful acts or omissions of its employees acting within the scope of their official duties. The United States is liable to the same extent an individual would be in like circumstances. The statute substitutes the United States as the defendant in such a suit, and the United States, not the individual employee, bears any resulting liability. Now, the reason why this particular act is so important is, in fact, something that if you go and read through the entirety of the act, you'll see the importance of understanding that this is actually a way in which the U.S. government actually becomes the defendant, if you will, against actions taken by its employees. However, the Department of Justice has made a very clear exception to this, which is there is a caveat inside of the U.S. Department of Justice. There's a caveat which states very clearly that if in the actions taken by that federal employee, they were committing willful negligence or felony violations of federal statutes, then they individually may in fact lose this shield of what is in fact sovereign immunity, which places the U.S. government as the defendant for actions taken by an employee. And I want you to be really clear on the distinction that's happening here, because as you see, this is recognizing liability for the negligent or wrongful acts or omissions of its employees acting within the scope of their official duties. And under the definition and under the court, it's been important for us to understand that there is a very, very clear distinction which says that you as a federal employee may be engaged in acts where you willfully or without malice harm or injure an individual, giving rise to a tort claim. And in that capacity, the Federal Tort Claims Act said the federal government actually steps in and takes responsibility because you are actually following the federal government's mandates, if you will, on your behavior. However, if what you've done is acted wrongfully, in other words, you have committed a felony, you have actually gone outside of the scope of what you're authorized to do, in fact, you've colored outside the lines, then this area gets very blurry. And because of that, the U.S. Department of Justice has written an opinion that says that if you are, in fact, committing willful acts of negligence and if you are committing a felony violation, you are actually no longer protected under the same immunity shields that you would, in fact, have if you had been just following orders and doing your job. Now, it's important for us to understand, first of all, that the Federal Tort Claims Act exists. And second of all, it's important for us to take a deeper look at what specifically the Federal Tort Claims Act deals with. And for that, what I want to do is I want to share with you the Congressional Research Service document, which actually goes into considerable detail. And by considerable detail, I mean 44 pages long of information, which actually unpacks what this specific law is actually intended to do. And I'm putting the reference to this particular page also in the chats. It's on Facebook and it's on YouTube. So make sure that you grab a look at these particular references. They are extremely, extremely important for you to look at and to consider. And what you'll see is that inside of the Federal Tort Claims Act, you have essentially a summary of what is the meaning and purpose of the law itself. But in addition, it's actually instructive because what it does is it actually helps guide you as the public to understand where the Federal Tort Claims Act lives and where it doesn't live, and specifically where, since the law has been passed, where the Supreme Court and other courts have been very, very clear on the ways in which allegations can be handled under this particular provision. The reason why I wanted to show you this is because in the introduction, we introduced the concept, which is something that I've talked about in the past, but it's a concept that I really want to make sure that we focus on, which is the concept of what sovereign immunity means. Now, many of you are not familiar with this concept, and obviously in the 1986 Act and in the PrEP Act in 2005, what we had was something that went beyond sovereign immunity. We actually created a law that said that when we are promoting as a nation or as a region, because it can apply to a regional declaration, not just a national declaration, but when we are applying as a mandate a particular type of technology or intervention when it comes to healthcare under both the 1986 Act for childhood activities and the PrEP Act, which really deals with the states of emergency activities, we have a shield that says that manufacturers, distributors, promoters, and the clinicians that are involved in the dissemination of that particular technology are shielded from liability. But if you look at each and every one of these, there always lives inside of them a caveat, which has been enforced, by the way, in many instances, has been enforced by the courts to say that the shield only applies when you're acting within the course of a legally mandated and legally enacted activity, and you have that immunity shield removed if your actions have been the result of felony activities, criminal activities, or willful negligence. So let's unpack sovereign immunity for a minute. The idea of sovereign immunity is actually quite important. Basically says that the crown, and thus the name sovereign immunity, this is an old principle, has immunity from prosecution because it is, in fact, in many instances, above the law in certain respects, meaning that if a government takes action, the individual actors within that action, acting on behalf of or acting in concert with the orders that they have been given, are in fact shielded from liability for following orders. And that's actually a very important principle. Now, many of us will take issue with the morality of what I just got done saying, but just setting aside your objections for a moment, let's actually sit with the importance of this. The importance of this is to say that an individual following orders is in fact put into a coercive situation by definition. If they are told to do a thing, even though there may be a chain of command or there may be a moral or ethical reason why the thing they've been told to do may be inappropriate or potentially could even be deemed or actually is illegal, the fact of the matter is, if you are in fact following orders, if you are engaged in actions that are in fact part of your duty, which is the duty that you take when you become an agent of either a state or a federal agency, at that point in time, there needs to be some shield that says you personally are not culpable for the actions which were mandated by others. And that's a very important principle. However, every single one of these, regardless of its construction, has a limitation. And by the way, this limitation exists across Commonwealth law countries. So this is not unique to the United States. It exists around the world, that you are not shielded in any way, shape, or form from a liability arising from your actions that you took that were outside of the mandate or outside the legal actions that were authorized by the government. Now, the reason why I'm spending time on this and the reason why I wanted to make sure you were introduced to these two very important documents, and remember, I'm giving you the references so that you can actually become more informed. Partially, I'm trying to be self-serving in this case. One of the things I just got done with earlier today was have conversations with a number of people who continually ask me, Dave, why are you so obsessed about going after Fauci's criminal activities? Why are you so obsessed about going after the felony antitrust violations, the racketeering allegations? Why are you so obsessed about going after the fact that there were known felony violations of bioweapons laws where the code, which was enabling the replication and manufacture of a known harmful to humans pathogen, why are you so obsessed about going after these felony cases? And the answer is that we have, under the emergency use authorization, which is the broad umbrella in which we can invoke things like the Shield of Immunity and the PrEP Act, inside of that structure, if what the foundation of that particular emergency use authorization was built on itself was a commission of a crime, then all of the liability that is associated with the manufacture, the production, the distribution, the injection, whatever it is, every single bit of that liability falls back to the manufacturers. And my argument has been since day zero, if the manufacturers bore responsibility, and by that I mean financial liability, and this, by the way, includes Arbutus and Acuitas Pharmaceuticals, the people who make the lipid nanoparticle. This includes companies like Pfizer and Moderna and AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson. If those companies were in fact on the financial hook for defending the nature of the reactions that people have to their products, and they were not shielded by any immunity from prosecution, those companies would actually pull their products from the market tomorrow. And my objective in this conversation is to help you understand that the singular focus that we're pursuing is actually not myopic. It's laser focused because there happens to be a silver bullet, and that silver bullet is one that I have been advocating for the last 22 months. That silver bullet is to make sure that the veil of immunity gets pierced with the only thing that can bring down the entire house of cards, and that is the removal of sovereign or granted immunity under things like EUAs and other legislation. Now, all of the motivation for this particular episode of our Activate Humanity show, my motivation is simple. It turns out that a lot of the rationale for what drives my enthusiasm for this point actually comes from the document that I just shared with you. And while I am not going to bore you with all of the information in this, because it happens to be exceptionally challenging, you will see that in a particular piece of this act, and by the way, I'm being extremely rude. I'm scrolling down just because I have this marked in my own copy, but I don't have it marked in the copy that I have on the screen right now. But what we want to do is we want to look at the fact that in the first 15 pages of this particular case, or in this particular document, what we have is we have very, very clear arguments around the nature of damages arising from the thing that's going on right now. And I'm not actually speaking about the thing, because you know why I'm not speaking about the thing. Now, several years duty, which is...
Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. Folks, just a few more minutes of this. This is just really important stuff on the liability issue here. And I'll get into a few things right after we finish this, but there's just a few more minutes of this. I'm not going to play all 30 minutes, but Dr. David Martin is fantastic, and I wanted to share his research that he's done here with you. And but just a few more minutes and we'll get back to it.
Have on the screen right now. But what we want to do is we want to look at the fact that in the first 15 pages of this particular case, or in this particular document, what we have is we have very, very clear arguments around the nature of damages arising from the thing that's going on right now. And I'm not actually speaking about the thing because you know why I'm not speaking about the thing, but I wanted to be abundantly clear that if you read this particular document, what you'll find is that there is an enormous amount of evidence that says that there is basis for argument that says that an injury giving evidence arising from the interventions of a medical countermeasure. And here, I'm just gonna cheat for a second. I apologize because I hate doing this, but at the same time, I'm going to pull it out on page 23. Let me make sure I get you it's the 20th page of the PDF file, but on page 23, you will see that we have a very specific case in which we have a outstanding Supreme Court case, Berkowitz, XL Berkowitz v. the United States, which actually is a case in which the federal government issued a license to a manufacturer of a medical countermeasure without first receiving data that the manufacturer must submit showing how the product matched up against regulatory standards as required by federal law. And I want you to read that one more time. And let me just jump over the reference because I want to make sure you see this. In the Supreme Court case, Berkowitz et al. V. United States, the discretionary function exception did not, and you see this, did not shield the United States from liability. The plaintiff in Berkowitz, which, by the way, was a case that was argued in 1988, the manufacturer did not deliver data showing how the product matched against regulatory safety standards as required by law. After the plaintiff allegedly contracted a disease from the thing that was supposed to be protected, the plaintiff sued the United States under the Federal Tort Claims Act because a specific statutory and regulatory directive divested the United States of any discretion to issue the license without first receiving the required test data. The court held that the discretionary function exception to imposed no bar to the plaintiff's claims. In other words, it's actually really important for you to realize that the obsession that I have about why it's so damn important for us to have the topic addressed in an appropriate way, where we bring to the visibility of the public the overall importance of prosecuting these things correctly, we have to use the law that has already been argued. And the 1988 Supreme Court case and the Berkowitz case is an example inside of this document, which you can use, you can reference, and you can cite when you're communicating the importance of this particular issue, because it turns out that we have inside of the documents that were submitted for the authorizations of the medical countermeasures, we have a number of situations where the required safety and efficacy data that was the standard set by and the published scientific standard put in place by both the CDC and the FDA have in fact not been met, including the entirety of the reference safety data that was required for an institutional review board to review the protocol in the first place. All of that data is missing, and as a result, we actually have a prima facie argument that says that Berkowitz applies. Now, what makes this important? What makes it important is most of you now are aware of one or more people who has in fact had a claim or an action that would give rise to a claim, which was either injury, harm, or death, that has actually been associated with some of the actions taken by the federal government. One of the things that we do have as a legal remedy is the Federal Tort Claims Act. And while to date we have not seen that particular statute used in the cases that have been filed, we actually need to. We need to start looking at ways in which we can bring together communities that have been affected, individuals that have been harmed, and make it absolutely clear that we start the process of litigating using laws that have a chance to make it a helpful, constructive contribution to ultimately bringing the emergency use authorization down. Now, I want to give you a little bit of update. As I said, my goal was very simple on this show. Make sure that you guys have the references. I've shared those with you. Please make sure that you read them and read the Federal Tort Claims Act congressional summary, because that congressional summary is really a wonderful document to give you the frame of reference for why what I'm arguing for is so critical and so important. You'll actually see the case law that makes the argument for what I've been saying actually fully coherent with the established jurisprudence that is out there. Please make sure that you watch that and you read that. Make sure that you share that. Make sure that you become informed. But the other reason for this is that on the Activate Humanity page, much of the information that I've been sharing with attorneys general are now available for you to actually access, download, reproduce, and send out. I have been delighted to hear from many of you who are in fact taking those steps. You are actually using that document. You're putting it on your own letterhead. You're putting it embedded within your own communication, and you're sending the information to your state attorney general or to your U.S. attorneys in your states. Anybody internationally can use the exact same thing and do the exact same thing to their particular jurisdictions, so you can actually go absolutely anywhere. But what I would love to see happen is I would love to see you actually get further informed, so that when we talk about the importance of going after these particular acts and informing ourselves about what the law actually states, these are not recommendations, these are not mandates, these are laws. Those laws are on the book. Those laws are, in fact, what governs how we're supposed to be operating right now. What I'm encouraging you to do is take the time and effort to make sure you inform yourself and inform others, so that when you start having conversations and you start interacting, make it abundantly clear that you are not only standing on the solid foundation of the information that actually makes the allegations of the crime, but you're standing on even a stronger foundation of your knowledge and awareness of the law. And the reason for that is the other side isn't. There is absolutely no literacy of the legal structures that are in place, which are in fact shielding, with a very, very tiny little fig leaf, shielding manufacturers right now from their liability. And the minute we, the people, actually pull that fig leaf away, they will be seen naked as they are in the full face of the liability that is in fact theirs to be borne for actually releasing onto the public a product that was not appropriately processed, not appropriately tested, not appropriately developed, not appropriately.
Hey, folks, just wanted to play that through a little bit more, because, and I know it's tough stuff. It's legalese. It's very involved. I think Dr. David Martin does a great job of explaining it, and yet it's still difficult. We've got to tie on some of the difficult stuff here, right? We've got to take in some of the difficult stuff. I know it's tough we want to be entertained. We want to take some time off. We want to, yeah, absolutely. We do that, right? But it's also important to strap in to this kind of dialogue, this kind of conversation, because our rights are being violated by our government, and people are dying because of the private corporations or public corporations, but not public in the sense that they're government, and also government organizations being pressured by these organizations. That's also why the fig leaf he's talking about, okay, can be pierced by color of law, going around through the individual to get to the individual making the actual decisions, because they were aware that rules could be made, laws could be made to protect these corporations. That's why the color of law is so important. So if you're coming at it from the color of law and you're coming at it from this tort liability issue, this can be pierced, and we must do this, and we must communicate this, right? The Federal Tort Claims Act congressional overview has been added to the show notes. Thank you, Christy. You're welcome, Denise. Thank you all. And thanks for hanging in there on that, because that's some tough stuff, right? That's hard to listen to, right? Okay. So reading yours, Zark. Okay. We'll have to do that again. Okay. Okay. So let me go to, okay. This is, I want to go to Glenn DeVries, who flew in space with Bezos, okay? Last month, dies in a small plane crash in New Jersey, okay? He flew with Shatner on Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin rocket last month, died in a small plane crash. And we know that 17 has said that 7 out of 10 plane crashes are assassinations. Okay? So what was going on? All right. I believe there's the firmament up there, and we haven't gotten into that deeply, but it's in all the ancient texts, and I believe that's why these aren't really going into space. And I think that he was going to say something about it, but they can't have that spilling out from somebody who's actually been there. So just keep an eye out for that. But that's what I think might be going down, that he found out something. Because one thing that's important to understand is that all of the astronauts are Freemasons, okay? All of the astronauts are Freemasons, 33rd degree Freemasons. They've been sworn to an oath, okay? And they've been sworn to an oath, and they won't break that oath for fear of reprisal with their families, because they know what's at stake. This guy doesn't know what's at stake. Unfortunately, he found out too late. All right. So more on that later, but keep an eye on that. And here's BLM threatens New York City riots and bloodshed if mayor-elect reinstates anti-crime police units. Really? Okay. You're really, fighting for, no anti-crime police units. Okay. And they threatened riots and bloodshed on Wednesday. That's criminal. You realize that, right, folks? That threatening bloodshed is criminal, and they should be put in prison right now. If he thinks they're going back to the old ways of policing, then we're going to take to the streets again. There will be riots, there will be fire, and there will be bloodshed because we believe in defending our people, said Hawk Newsom, co-founder of Black Lives Matter of Greater New York. He should go to prison right now. And that's not happening because de Blasio is a puppet. Okay. So more on that. Todd, Cindy, why don't you guys call in before it gets too late here? It's yeah. We're not going to get into flat Earth back and forth tonight because nobody knows for sure, and I won't have anybody just cutting off, cutting off thought, pretending they know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay, so we're not going to get into it. Especially if you're not going to do the homework. Okay, do the homework on it, and then have a conversation. But don't have a conversation coming out of the indoctrination of multiple years of the indoctrination. Okay? That's what we need to do. And check our coats about whatever you believe, because then it leaves you open to what's possible. That's what we really need to be focusing on, is what's possible. Okay. Todd mentioned J&J is splitting off, and I think another one has split off, possibly due to the possible liability, right? So, and then we're seeing Toshiba has also split off after they're splitting into 3 companies in an attempt to appease activist shareholders calling for radical overhaul of the Japanese conglomerate after years of scandals. Here we go. Hold on. Hello.
Hi there. Happy Friday to you and everyone.
Hi, Cindy. Happy Friday to you. How are you?
Thank you. Doing great.
Hey, you pot stirrer.
Yeah,
hey, brother.
Stirring the pot, aren't you?
What's that?
Todd said you're stirring the pot again.
Yeah, I am. I like to throw a, it's like you throw a like a topic bomb, right? Grenade in there, and people immediately scatter to opposite sides of the bomb. Like it's dangerous. So I'm going to be over here and do my thing, and you will be over here and do your thing. Meanwhile, what do you say we just look at it and take it, and without the pressure or the divisiveness, right? So yeah, but I'll toss that in there because I think it's related. There's something up there that this guy knew, and they had to quiet him. Why else would they kill this guy, right? So you got a theory on that?
Well, something that kind of just sticks in my brain isn't there a DeVry's Technical Institute?
DeVry,
spelled differently.
D-E-V-R-Y.
But I mean, no, I think it's IE, isn't it?
No.
I got a degree for stirring the pot from DeVry.
It's with a Y, because a friend of mine went there.
Well, that might be worth a little dig there. Find out more connections.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's net. First of all, they wouldn't have let him go up there if he was going to talk. He had to be somewhat cabaled already, I think.
I would think so, but I also think that there's not the true understanding of like what's at stake. You know what I mean? Like they're serious. I don't know.
So you think he came back down and went, "Damn, I can't wait to tweet." It's a pie plate. I knew it.
Yeah, exactly.
I got pictures on my cell phone.
Hey, you guys, if you guys want to come out to California, I got a raft that we can go out and do some Christmas shopping.
That's awesome.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, Dave, I think that J&J spinoff goes right to what they were talking about.
Yeah, right.
When I saw that going across, I was like, would that be a way to legally separate and save some of the regular products, the day-to-day stuff that J&J makes as opposed to the pharmaceutical side?
Right. They don't want to confuse like pharmaceuticals with their really innocent products like baby powder.
Yeah, they're really good at that, aren't they? It only took them 10 years to find out.
Wow.
Why don't you put some of this on your genitals, folks? Why don't you do that for 10 years?
Yep.
We'll see how much cancer we can give you.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of right in your face.
Yep.
More than kinda.
Yeah.
It's just like every day you think, maybe they're picking up, maybe this little net of nonsense will catch on, and somebody will be like, wait a minute, that's weird,
Yep.
There's got to be people that are just sitting there going, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So, excuse me. We've got so much going on this week, and I'd asked everybody, what they thought. Are we winning or are we losing? Do you guys want to chime in on that?
We're winning.
Yeah.
We're winning so much, we're going to get sick of winning.
That's what Trump said.
I know.
Yep. You ever get sick of winning?
You know, the thing about it is, Dave, is it's just undeniable how angry they are. If everything was going their way, why would they give a shit about Trump? If they had everything their own way,
yep.
Why wouldn't they just let that dog die?
Yeah. They keep bringing him back. They keep sucking him back in.
It makes no sense at all to talk about a former president who's now back to being a normal citizen unless you're scared to death about what's coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's just awesome.
And we needed pharma to fall.
Yeah.
We needed people to see they don't give a shit about us.
Well, and you're also seeing more mainstream media exposure because of this rush to judgment on Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. I mean,
there are people that thought when Biden called him racist, a white supremacist.
Yeah.
They thought that he actually killed black people.
Exactly.
They didn't know the facts of the case.
Which he didn't do.
Yeah. It just amazes me how, even when it's white on white crime, he's a racist.
Yeah, and one of them was a pedophile, weren't they?
Well, yeah, they were. I think they were, you know
Shitty
what?
people?
Yeah,
James Owen.
Pedophiles are pretty shitty people. Yeah.
Yeah, James Owen said that Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3 domestic terrorists in self-defense and got 2+ months in prison with a $2 million bail. Simpkins shot 4 children in a school, was freed within 24 hours, and then bail was $75,000. I think it's pretty evident to say that white privilege is a myth.
Oh, yeah, I never did get my card. Damn it.
Me neither. Where do we complain at?
Yeah. And then this jackass, makes fun of him for crying. Right?
Oh, yeah. So did that monster on The View.
Oh, I didn't see that. Who? Joy Behar?
Joyless Behar, yeah.
Joyless Behar, exactly.
I can't stand her.
Well, she's got such ties.
Such an evil woman.
She's screaming and fighting for her own life too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, those who scream the loudest, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you're seeing that play out. I mean,
yeah,
it's great. I mean, when you see Carville saying, "We can't act like this. We can't go this far." When James
Carville's saying something, that's volumes.
Yeah, and he knows about that kind of stuff. Like he knows how to manipulate the masses, right?
He's been doing it for years.
I've never been. He's one of the Democrats that really never bothered me.
Oh, he bothered me.
He never bothered me.
Hate him years ago.
He just never bothered me because he's always arguing. I mean, he's always been for what he wants to push. He's always been pretty common sense for that side.
Yeah. But that's his gift. Is that he's a good old boy that just makes you let down your guard, and then he, just pummels you with some shit.
No, I never let down my guard, but I'm just saying that I could, it's better than arguing with, it's better than someone that's just spewing complete nonsense. At least he always backs up what he believes with what his facts are.
Yeah.
Doctor.
No.
He's a spin doctor is what he
Carville gaslighted the Clintons for years through propaganda, from military grade propaganda. The guy is about as MK Ultra programming of the masses as you could possibly get, because he is somewhat likable because he doesn't get, upset about things. He's like, he just lets it roll off his back. But he comes back. He keeps coming back and keeps coming back. And he's the one that kept the Clintons, from going off the rails multiple times because of his influence with the media. The guy is now he's kind of like he's a non-entity. No one gives a shit about him, but
he still gets a lot of coverage.
Yeah, because they still need that guy. They still need him to get. They still need. I mean, look what's happening with Sussman. They still need the Clintons gaslighted.
Well, I think you're kind of making my point in a way as to where I'm thinking why this is a white hat operation, because the mainstream media, once they see Carville come out and say what he said,
yeah,
they didn't have to show that. They didn't have to show what he said, which was, you can't go this far left. You can't have this crazy CRT stuff. The American people are never going to accept it, blah, blah, blah. They had the choice right then to kill it or let it play.
Mm-hmm.
And they let it play. So that's your Democrat party being broken and being splintered like we're used to being splintered.
Right.
And that's why I like the way that's going, that narrative on his side, because I think that's complete white hat.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're coming at it from the white hat. I have a disdain for him because of what I knew about the Clintons and watching him for so many years, gaslighting them and manipulating the population. But he's a good tool. He's a good tool to use by the white hats, no question about it.
Well, who's he married to? That's she's a Republican.
I forget her name, but yeah, he was Democrat, she was Republican, which is another, both heads of the state.
I used to always be like, how can they even talk at breakfast?
I know.
So that just shows you, even back in the day, we've known for a long time, but DR doesn't matter.
Right, exactly. Hey, Larry Wellman says, if we were winning, my brother would not have gotten the J&J shot for his teaching job.
Larry Madeline.
Larry, my heart goes out to you because I've had family and friends that have gotten this shot, and we've got to wait and see what happens with this whole thing. But the problem is that we needed to see Big Pharma take this action and our government take this action that is killing people.
If we weren't winning, Virginia wouldn't have happened.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
Bottom line is the people are look at the ratings for, the ratings are tanking like never before. This was the most popular president in the history of presidents, right?
Right.
If you went by vote total, mirrored Obama, right?
Yeah.
And now he goes over and he can't even endorse somebody that's in his own backyard and get them to over the finish line.
Yep.
You've got to be kidding me.
Hey, exactly, right? Hey, Todd, we've been at 9:33 for a very long time.
Well, that's not enough people. I got to get off here. I'm not wasting my Friday night for 9:30.
Yeah, but we're seeing we have much more than that in the Sned Shed here. We are actually at let's see, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're up over 1,600 people, and but we're stuck at 9:33 on the clock. So I went to Q drop 933, March 10th, 2018. The creation of the internet and connecting platforms is bringing about their downfall. Failure to control. MSM is dead. Internet Bill of Rights. Q. Then an anon says, Q. Goldman Sachs CEO stepping down. Executive order doing damage. And Lloyd Blankfein, right?
Yeah.
We just saw Barclays. And then it says, tied to Cohn, it was not his choice. Pawn used. Saying that Blankfein was tied to Cohn, who we were just talking about.
Yep. Cohn was involved in that. Was that the same Cohen that was involved in the lawsuit?
With Trump, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's interesting how it's like, who's watching the show? Because, Bongino came out with your Matlock yesterday. Okay.
Yeah. Do you have that?
I sent it to you.
Yeah. Will you send that, Cindy, please?
Yeah.
Because you know what, I saw the headlines of it and I laughed, but I didn't see the actual where he was talking.
I didn't either.
Sarah Weldron is the one that shared that with us too, by the way.
And I just
who did?
Said, of course,
Farrah Weldron.
Oh, Farrah, cool, awesome.
Yeah.
Hi, Farrah. And so if you didn't see Tuesday's show, or no, I'm sorry, Wednesday's show, because we did a show Wednesday and not yesterday. Then you would have known that we did a dive on Matlock that Todd, why did you go down that road? I forget.
Because of the,
he was referring to him as Matlock.
The Rittenhouse case was reminding me of Matlock.
Right. And then, last week you were dropping this, like, how much is $1 million? How much is $1 billion? How much is $1 trillion?
Yeah, and I did it in seconds. In just to give you a reference, and I think it was like, it was like 1.5 months. It was like 31 years, and then 31,000 years.
Right.
So like 1 million seconds, 1 billion seconds is like 31 years, and a trillion seconds is 31,000 years. And then Ben Carson comes on after that and uses the same thing last week. I was like, come on, Ben.
Yeah.
The original.
Yeah, Ben Bongino. At least give Todd some credit. You know what I mean?
Well, and I didn't make all of them up. It's stuff that I was researching and I ran into stuff and then I said it. But Matlock was definitely mine because I've been waiting for a trial to remind me of Matlock, because when I read that, I was like, oh, I got to be looking for a trial. So when I saw the trial, I thought Matlock.
Right.
I sent that to your email.
Thank you.
The Bongino clip?
Yeah, the photo of it, and I'm sending the link right now.
Yeah, I'm interested in how he approached it. Because if he says exactly, like when I was a kid, I used to watch Matlock, and it was always like, if he says the same thing I said, I'm going to go after Bongino. I'm taking you on, Dan.
I don't think you want to do
this
that.
Kind of stuff only happens on Matlock. Wow. Mm-hmm. Well, he just said it, whereas we went down the Q Matlock dive, which was freaking fantastic. Yeah, and Colleen says Dan is watching. Hi, Dan. Hey, Dan.
We got Dan. I think Dan Scavino's watching too. I got to see if he gave me some more information to work with tonight.
No, he didn't.
Well, sometimes they do it right during the show.
Yeah. I sent the other one at the email. Did you get it?
Let me pull it up.
Let me see if Dan will tweet for me. Dan, will you tweet for me so I can...
Exactly. Here we go. Here it is.
Now, you'd think Tom would start fact-checking some of these people who called Kyle Rittenhouse a terrorist when they're the prosecution's witness who claims he was the one attacked by Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand has to acknowledge, as you'll see in this clip, that he approached Kyle Rittenhouse with a gun in hand, and Rittenhouse only fired at him after he pointed his gun in Rittenhouse's face. Check this out.
With your arms up in the air, he never fired, right?
Correct.
It wasn't until you pointed your gun at him, advanced on him, with your gun, now your hands down, pointed at him, that he fired, right?
Correct.
I think he just had a
Now,
Biden
I let
moment.
the silence play out at the end because some of you are audio-only listeners, so we don't typically include that because I wanted you to see Rittenhouse's reaction. And I wanted you to note that after, this is supposed to be a witness for the prosecution against Rittenhouse, who fully acknowledges that when he had his hands up, Rittenhouse did not engage. And then when he pointed the gun at him, Rittenhouse did engage and defended himself. That's supposed to be a prosecution witness against Rittenhouse. Having been at many trials,
I love his
city
eyes.
and federal level, city of New York, and as a federal agent, I have to tell you, it is rare to ever have a moment on cross-examination that ends so poorly for the prosecution as that, ever. That is their star witness saying he only shot after I pointed my gun at him. That's the prosecution's witness.
Dave, it's Wile E. Coyote.
You see Rittenhouse's face? He's like, I can't believe he just acknowledged it. You should have seen the prosecutor. The prosecutor's like this. He doesn't know what to do.
But
it gets worse. Here's one of the other key.
All right. So when's he say this? Because I don't want to watch this whole thing again.
Yo, you're a little older than me. Not much, a little bit.
Yeah.
You remember Matlock? Remember that
go.
Matlock?
Of course.
This is the kind of thing. Right. Everybody loved Matlock. Courtroom dramas. It only happens in Matlock. This stuff, I'm telling you, I've been to hundreds of these court proceedings, grand juries, trials, being part of it or sitting in on it, whatever it may be. This never happens. Not only does it never happen, it never happens twice. Where the prosecution puts witnesses up there that thoroughly eviscerate their own story. They're trying to charge this guy with murdering people. They then have their own witness says, no, it was self-defense. And then the next witness says, no, you did ask me to change my story.
Yes.
You said there was a lot of tension in the room when you met with me and Mr. Binger and Ms. Beasy.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you were very nervous?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we did have you read over your statement, right?
Correct.
And we asked if you knew anything beyond that statement.
Correct.
We didn't ask you to change it.
Yes, you did.
Wow.
What the, Joe? This is the kind of thing. Now, Joe, you're a little older than.
Wow. Hey, by the way, when this was going down, okay, when this was going down, now they cut it off a little bit, okay, but watch the woman, the stenographer, the court reporter. I want you to watch her face, okay? Hold on. Can I get this?
He was actually pretty fun to watch through the trial.
Yeah, right.
She had some moments where it was like deer in the headlights.
Yeah. Well, watch this.
Him, advanced on him, with your gun, now your hands down, pointed at him, that he fired, right?
Correct.
She was like, "What?" They cut her off, unfortunately, but it was a better shot of that.
I think it was like, do you really want me to print that? Do you want me to?
Yeah, exactly. To me, it was like, did I just hear what I thought I heard? Right?
Yeah, that's what I took of it too.
Right, Cindy?
Did I just?
I'm no attorney. I'm no attorney, but you always know the answer to the question that you ask.
Well, absolutely. And by the way, that's what we see. That's what we see with Q and Trump. Mm-hmm. Pretty obvious. Pretty obvious.
And that was definitely, I had to watch A Few Good Men in a couple of days. What was that, last weekend?
Yeah, the other night when you watched it without me. Yes. I
watched A Few Good Men, and they got to the point where, Tom Cruise got him to admit that, he gave the order for the code red.
Yes.
and then the red was, going through my head too, like Red October,
Red Wave.
Red Wave. Yeah, all the red references, the red line. Yeah. And I was like, wow, Code Red really fits in there now.
Code Red, dude. Yeah. Red October. Hey, Howard Freelove brought up a great point in the calendar. What was this? The calendar he brought up. It's still October 29th. It's
what timeline's he on?
I don't know.
How is that a good point? You don't know what the hell he's talking about.
What?
Hold on, let me see.
Howard.
If I'm not mistaken, according to the Julian calendar, today's date is not 11/11. It's actually 10/29.
Wow.
Jump back 13 days.
10-day loss? I thought it was 10 days difference, wasn't it?
13. Well, there were 10 days that were eliminated. That would mean we're still in Red October. Anybody want to confirm that?
Kind of like 10 days of darkness.
Yeah.
If when they just disappear.
Yes.
But I think there is some kind of a reference made to all this stuff. And I don't know what calendar, the Chinese New Year, the lunar calendars, all those, I leave that to more sophisticated divers.
Yeah.
I just stick to my queue. I can't. I don't know all that stuff as well.
That's good.
Yeah.
I know my Matlock.
You do good on your Matlock, babe.
So what have you? By the way, how are we doing with baby Grace and how the Sned's doing, Cindy?
President Grace is hanging in there.
Hey, that's my line.
Well, okay. Well, she's quite the fighter, I will say that. We need to ask for some prayers specifically for the parents. They're exhausted and they don't have a nighttime nurse, somebody that can be there 24 hours. Grandma Cat was telling me tonight. And so they're going through a lot that they're trying to find the right people. And, they just need a relief. They need somebody to stay up all night with her.
They can drop her off here.
I know, right? But if we could just ask for some specific prayers that, we know that God is going to bring, obviously, the right people to them at the right time. But if they could speed it up, that would be great, too. So
she's got big plans. They got big plans for her.
Yeah, she's got, there's the family, the parents are surviving. She's had a hard past couple of days, they said. No fault to her own, but they're up all the time with her. So, yeah, keep your prayers going up for her. She's still fighting, although she is at home now, so that's good.
Home is always better than the hospital.
Yeah, it is, but when the parents aren't getting any sleep too and scared, that makes a big difference. So.
Yeah. Tomorrow is 11/13 Gregorian, 10/31 Halloween on Julian, and 11/9 on Creators calendars. Thank you, Christy.
I thought you came up with that on your own. I should have known better.
No.
Man, you're really busting his chops today.
I'm just trying to keep everybody from exiting stage left since you came on,
Hey, we're still at 9:33. What are you talking about?
Hey, somebody go out and come back in. Let's change that number.
But now, Cindy, it's for real.
No doubt, right?
You guys don't believe that number anyway, right?
No.
Yeah.
It's a big number.
We're at 9:30. We're well beyond 9:33 just on YouTube and Twitch. So
we were at 17:13 Wednesday night, and there's no way that we're half that.
Exactly.
Not unless they found out you were going to be drinking on the air.
Dude, oh my God.
Hey, dude, I was gonna say, you need me to make a call to Hunter and see if he could get you something to keep you up.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine me on that stuff. I can't.
Talk about a pharmaceutical business. Jeez.
Man, I can't even imagine.
He's been in pharmaceuticals longer than the old man.
That's true. That's true. He's little pharma, and his dad is big guy pharma. Hey, what the Tricia says the ratings go up when Dave drinks.
Well, you better start drinking, Dave.
Well, we
Dave
could play the bear with me game tonight. That got everybody drunk.
Yeah.
Oh, remember that? Yeah, that used to be pretty bad, but no mutes tonight. So pretty amazing.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, and it's white wine because I don't have anything else. I should be drinking something else for starters because white wine and champagne makes me tired.
I would not admit to that, Dave. That's not.
I know. Can you think of anything less manly?
You have some white Zinfandel there, Dave.
Oh, dude, it was like the only thing in the house, and it's Friday night, and I'm thinking, oh, I want to have just a little bit of snog.
Hey, get yourself. Don't get that old wine. You know that old wine they try to push on you. Get you some of that
box wine,
the fresh box wine.
I knew you were going to say that.
No,
yeah,
it's way better. It's fresh.
I've heard it's very good. $6.97.
Get a whole box for under $10. It's awesome.
Not anymore. You can't. It'd probably be $15 now.
Hey, by the way, Texas Wolf, good to see you, Texas Wolf. I miss you. Just dropped this on us. Loudoun County Pharmacy gives wrong COVID vaccine doses to 5 and 11-year-olds. Loudoun County? Are you serious?
Wow.
They've already administered the wrong shot to more than 100 young children. TED Pharmacy and Aldi can no longer administer COVID-19 vaccines after giving a reported 112 young children the wrong dosage.
What?
The Virginia Department of Health confirmed on Friday that 112 kids in this age group were given a COVID-19 vaccine suited for people 12 or older. The pharmacy simply gave the adult formula to the 5 to 11-year-olds in smaller amounts. Because they did not have the children's formulation, which we already showed you, was
it's different.
Had the non-heart attack ingredient, right?
Yeah, that covered it up.
Yeah, and David Goodfriend, David Goodfriend. You can't make this shit up. Director of the Loudoun County Health Department. Our understanding from TED Pharmacy is they were trying to do a workaround, which is not authorized. A workaround with our children, you fucking assholes.
But they got to get them in their arms as fast as they can, Dave. Those customers might not have come back.
Dude, well, they're not going to come back.
It's awakening.
Horrible.
Yeah. Wow. And it's Loudoun County.
Of all, yeah, it's almost like that's a punishment for that county,
Yeah.
for them getting out of control and stepping out of bounds. See what I'm saying? It's like a punishment.
Yeah.
But I don't think any of the parents there that were protesting, I don't think they would be the ones to line up and line their kids up.
Hey, so no. And by the way, so I just went to the Q drops to 112. November 5th, 2017. Important to archive. Above and next drops have high probability of shutting down posts online. It is being safeguarded, so it gets into that a little bit. But stay alert in main U.S. cities, D.C., sporting events, and other conservative gatherings. Repeat. Stay alert in main U.S. cities, D.C. sporting events, and other conservative gatherings. More false flags imminent. Okay?
Yep.
What did we see in Loudoun? Right?
Well,
Elections.
What's that? I've been sent to this a lot. 112 is very popular.
Yeah. Elections Tuesday, no matter at this stage.
There's the county. Yeah, that references the county.
The elections, right? Right. And Snow White, Godfather 3. Above will have context as news unfolds. Summarize and paint the picture. Critical. Q.
Yep.
And what are we hearing about Snow White today?
Yeah, disclose.
Right?
Yeah, and to go into the story too and relate it to children.
Yeah.
That was rather unnecessary actually, but it was very enlightening for some maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a lot of communication going on here. What communication have you gotten any communication today or yesterday we should go down?
Yeah, I went down the path of National Guard because I believe I was wondering what the next guise of having to bring out the National Guard. Well, this Rittenhouse trial, they've already Antifa's already said they're going to riot if they don't get the verdict that they want.
Yep.
Just like the BLM guy in New York City saying the city's going to burn if they don't get what they want.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, we just need to start appeasing BLM and Antifa, and then we'll be fine, right?
Unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think what's going to happen is the military.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, yeah, you were going to check.
I checked out. Okay, here's what I did, Dave. You have to go to, I typed in 2 different ways for National Guard because all the National Guard posts don't come up when you just punch in National Guard.
Uh-huh.
But you can start off by just doing the 2 posts that say National Guard. So put that in your toolbar, in the search bar.
Okay.
So there's only 2 posts that actually say the full words National and Guard.
Yeah.
And this is really, it's really important.
Go ahead. 46.99.
Yep. Which it says this September 14th, 2020. What happens when people in positions of power are sympathizers to the cause or part of the same organization themselves? Kind of like what you're talking about, like the whole start of Rittenhouse, the protests and all that, we were talking about, what led to that.
Right.
Was the mayor and the police not doing their jobs.
Right.
And so I think that's what they're referring to. What is a safe zone? Why are riots conducted in specific decontrolled locations? What happens when elected officials, governors, mayors, handcuff the officers instead of the criminals?
Yeah.
What happens when elected officials, governors, mayors refuse to call in the National Guard or other federal assistance? Sacrificing the lives and well-being of the community for a calculated political gain or other? So, I mean, it hits it right on the nail, right on the head, doesn't it, with the Rittenhouse?
Yeah.
And all of the riots from the summer.
Yeah.
Seattle,
and they're about to kick back in.
Yeah. And then it's got that link, and I didn't go to the link because I don't think hardly any of them are ever work, but I didn't know if you were going to do it. But it says, does Antifa fear prosecution? What do you think? Would they continue to operate if they did? What organized groups are bailing out rioters within 24 hours of arrest? What happens post bailout?
We were just talking about that.
Yep. Do charges remain enforced or dropped by DA? And then it says DA will not act regarding low-level arrests, have all refusal to bring charges been related to low-level arrests.
Mm-hmm.
Sympathizer, other. What happens when prosecutors, board of county commissioner members, volunteer firefighters, etc., are sympathetic to the cause? What happens if the organization, Antifa, itself is aware? Infiltration, not invasion. So I thought all of this was relevant.
Absolutely.
And that just comes from National Guard, because National Guard is news that unlocks the map.
Yes. And the deployments that we reported on today happened today.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, there will be other cities that do it, I guarantee you.
Yeah. Yes. And we're looking for 12.
That's the particular number that we're looking for, yeah.
Yeah.
So then 4521, the only other drop that had full National Guard in it, was June 25th, 2020. It says HR 7297 to amend Title 18 United States Code to prohibit the use of armed force under the jurisdiction of Secretary of a military department as a posse comitatus. Or otherwise comitatus. I like comitatus. Or otherwise,
like a fruit. Sounds like a fruit that you would do a PCR test on.
Yellow dragon.
Or otherwise to execute the laws and for other purposes. And it's got a reference to Adam Schiff, House Judiciary, latest, referred to the House Committee on the Judiciary. Boy, he's a real patriot, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Strengthening the Posse Comitatus Act because he knows military is the only way, because they follow the drops. And so this bill modifies provisions of the Posse Comitatus Act that prohibit the willful use of any part of the Army or Air Force to execute the law unless expressly authorized by the Constitution or an act of Congress. Specifically, the bill expands the applicability of the Posse Comitatus Act to all branches of the armed forces. The bill also prohibits the use of evidence obtained by or with the assistance of a member of the armed forces in violation of the bill. So how interesting that he knows the Q is 7 military, 3 civilian, and they have all this information from NSA and from all this information on these bad players. So this bill he wrote prohibits that as well.
Well, remember, Dave, back in the summer, summer of 2020, when all the big riots were happening, and President Trump was saying, all you have to do is ask us to come in, and we'll take care of it. Remember, he said, we'll take care of it in 5 minutes. We'll march it up right now.
Exactly. He said that to all the, all the mayors, right?
Yep.
So, and by the way, this was just introduced. There was no voting on it, no action on it.
So, yeah, I'd say Schiff is probably a big Q fan.
Oh yeah, he that's his bedtime reading. He's got a little Kindle next to his bed here, and he pulls up the Q drops.
Or he could listen. He could listen to us, Dave.
He watches this show. He started watching the show, Todd, but he started breaking out in hives. So he had to stop because he was too scared. He was too scared. And when the buck thing. Well, think about this. This is what's really interesting, folks. Let me just a little side tangent here. Okay. On the Adam Schiff. Do you remember when the Ed Buck's second victim showed up dead in Ed Buck's apartment? Ed Buck is very tight with Adam Schiff. They have a lot of parties together where they wear pretty dresses, and they hang out in West Hollywood, and that was when that came out. I'll show you this. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. Second man found dead in the California home of Democrat donor Ed Buck, who's also a big Clinton person. Let me see. This happened in January 7th, 2019. Okay. And let me see. The San Bernardino shooting, excuse me. That happened December 3rd, 2015. No, this isn't the one I'm looking for. No, this was a different one. Okay, let me find that. I think it was 2019. Excuse me. So in February 2019. So this happened in January of 2019, and they started really looking into Ed Buck. This happened in February 2017, a month later, and this was later. So the shooting was, I think, in January. 2/20/2019. Yeah, I forget the actual date. December 5th. Yeah, but they coincided. I if I had this ready, I could bring it up, but they coincided. So, and then we found out about Ed Buck, and he was actually convicted of the death of both people, right? Ed Buck's mailbox is number 17, is that right? So at any rate, false flag to try to take away the the news from the Clintons, the connection to Schiff and the whole bit. Schiff. So back to the drops. That was Schiff trying to take the fangs out of that, out of the posse comitatus, right? Or try to add fangs to it.
If they're trying to take out fangs and add fangs to different places, then you would think they'd be taking the death penalty off of the plate here soon.
If they were really in control. Great point. Great point.
Yep. Yeah. And they would have also done away with Trump's executive order 12/21 on 12/21.
Yep.
Right. That takes away all property if you're involved in human trafficking or
right.
So which led to all of the CEOs resigning, which we just continue the list, folks. people that are connected to Epstein are popping up on the radar. Really?
Right. Yeah. I wonder why, because it's about to come out. Hey, quick quick plug here, folks. The Indoctrination Patriot Silver. Please check this out and fill in your information. Get a call from us. There's also a call tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock a.m. for Healy members or people that want to learn more about the Healy healing device. That's on a Zoom call, which is on this website. And also Patriot Silver is at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. 10 a.m. tomorrow morning on a Zoom call. If we could put that in the chat, that would be great. If you guys have access to that right now, handily. Cindy, do you have that Zoom information?
Not right in front of me, but I can get it for you.
That'd be
Squirrel.
awesome. Please. So those
Squirrel.
two calls tomorrow. What's that?
Squirrel.
Double squirrel.
Double, exactly. But I wanted to get that in there. And also, folks, please
Hey,
come.
it's your show. You can put it in there anywhere you want. These dives are hard to follow, though.
Yeah, I know. It's just I'm trying to get this in before we lose everybody.
We're still at 9:33. What are you talking about, Dave?
And check out please check out the Healy, check out the marketplace, Saint Solution Silver. Get it while it's hot, folks. We're rolling. We got 17 families checks last week on Patriot Silver. So we're not just looking to sell silver, we're looking to offer opportunity here. Todd, back to the dives, my friend, please.
Yeah.
So National Guard troops.
So you see how the National Guard full words hit. Now type in NAT space G, like the abbreviation NAT G.
Got it.
And that'll give you a whole new group.
Wow. Yeah.
Because I knew there were more than 2 drops that were related to National Guard, so I had to change my search.
Yeah.
But I think this is pretty important too.
Yeah.
So we'll just start at 1603 and work backwards.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
This is a tweet from Don Trump Jr. Congrats to the Democrats who, after last night, are now officially the party of impeachment, open borders, abolishing ICE, banning the Second Amendment, and unbridled socialism. The Democratic Party of John F. Kennedy is dead. R.I.P. And look at the timestamp on that, Dave. 11:44.
Oh, 11:44 on his tweet. Wow.
Yeah. And that won't be the last time you see 44 because I'll just take you there right now because this is where we're going in the future. But 46.99 and 45.21 both have 44 right in the blue.
Which ones?
The first 2 that we started with, 46.99 and 45.21.
44 right there. 44 right there.
Hey, you're about ready to lose power, babe. You better plug that in.
I'm with you.
Okay, so that 44 is always relevant. We know that, and I think that's coming. I don't know. The way we've been looking at the drops, I don't know if it's the white hats that are going to pull the plug on it or if it's going to be the dark hats' last effort.
Right.
To keep the information from coming out. So it's kind of like, still batting back and forth who has ultimate control. I'm pretty sure who does have control, but the information has to come out a certain way. It can't all come out at once. If you notice, there's like a schedule. There's some information. It exposes some branch of government or group of people, and the story kind of subsides, but you kind of mentally note, oh, okay, that's a bad spot to be over here. Then the next story comes out, and it's about another group of people in a subject. And then you go on to the next, and the news unlocks the map. You can't unlock the map all at once. It's too much for people to digest.
Right, right.
So it's got to go in some chronological order that makes sense and is digestible.
Exactly.
So that's why you're not able to do this in just take control now. Why don't they get it over with today?
Right.
It's because it's got to be exposed. It's got to be digested on to the next thing. And as each one hits, it's like a Moab to Biden's approval rating.
Yes, exactly.
You can see it. That's where you can go and look at that number. And when you see it, he's got a 38% approval rating. That's inflated also. So it's probably closer to 28. Right. I mean, he's cooked. He's already pulled off the barbecue. He's been left on too long.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they're 38 and 28, what are they really at? Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're always sample sizing, and fudging the Democratic numbers,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I thought that was a pretty important timestamp. And then this Anon says, says a lot of like what I say to myself. It's that this tweet struck me as odd, almost as if it were a marker of sorts. And it says, if you continue to proceed down this dangerous path, only know that we are prepared. You should know that this based on earlier drops regarding Saudi Arabia National Guard military assets activate U.S. soil. The game is over when the public knows. The fight to keep the lights off is all that matters to you. You will fail. The American people are awake. You lost control. Sheep no more. You underestimated their resolve and their ability to free think away from the pipeline narrative. And I thought pipeline stuck out too, because they're talking about shutting down the second pipeline.
Totally.
Yeah. So that brought it into today also. It says, we will declass. We will shine light. There is nowhere to hide. No amount of money, influence, or power can stop this. Our rights to secure and protect at all costs then become justified. We stand at the ready, red wave, white squall, in God we trust. Now, when they say in God we trust, that's on our money.
Yes.
So look to the financial markets and look for other things. Just be aware.
Yes.
If you're smart, stupid, you know what just occurred at the meeting in Russia. Attempts to frame Russia, POTUS, optics are failing and will soon be exposed. Objective to keep POTUS away from Putin failed. Bolton plus Putin should scare you. Enemies are allies. Evil has no place here. America is no longer for sale. The age of taxing our citizens across the world while entry into our markets is free is over. The world will unite in this cause. G versus E R V W. Forced immigration pushers will be exposed. The Y. Read the Bible. God wins. All the stuff is happening now. I mean, in this, this Russia, tie to Trump that they're trying to push so much is, in a way, I'm thinking, Dave, that is exactly I mean, I still believe Putin is working with Trump, and I think Xi is working with Trump, and I think Modi is working with Trump. I think Trump's got everything under control, really.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, there's a lot of questions that Sneds have, and rightfully so, about why certain events are taking place in certain ways. And we'll know eventually. But like I said, I don't know the whole plan. I don't claim to.
Right.
But following what the information is given to us and how it relates to today's timeline, it's undeniable. I mean, too many coincidences.
This is so big. Just this drop. If we just stay on this drop for just a moment and really, really take this in. That enemies are allies, right? They've flipped the script, right? And America is no longer for sale. The age of taxing our citizens across the world while entry to our markets is free is over. This is a new system coming about. The world will unite in this cause. G versus Euro, R versus W, ruble versus yuan. Okay. Forced immigration pushers will be exposed to Y. That was to create chaos and to create voters, socialist voters. Soros, yep.
Soros is a border floodder from way back.
Yep. Read the Bible, God wins. That's pretty important stuff. In God we trust. The money.
Yeah, that's what I immediately went to.
What's that?
In God we trust is a direct comm to money.
Absolutely. Red wave, direct line to people who are going to be voting Republican, but not the old Republican red, but the Trump Republican red, right?
MAGA.
All right, dude, let's go to 1602, shall we?
Yep. So it's the same tweet.
Sorry.
But it's worth reading again, actually. Congrats to the Democrats, because listen to this in context of today.
Yeah.
Congrats to the Democrats who, after last night, are now officially the party of impeachment, open borders, abolishing ICE, banning the Second Amendment, which goes right back to Rittenhouse, because that's their ultimate goal.
Yep.
It's the kid with the gun that we got to watch.
Yep. And by the way, Todd, on that subject, since you brought up Rittenhouse, let me just tuck this in real quick. Jack Posobiec said today, Kyle watches while standing directly behind the judge with no handcuffs on, with the bailiff across the room in his own double homicide trial. Everyone inherently knows it was all self-defense. The fact no one in the room senses a threat is why the prosecutors are adding on so many extra charges and instructions to the jury. Very, very great point on that, right? I mean,
well, yeah, Dave. It's like going
fishing.
Judge.
Here's the judge. Here's Kyle. Go ahead.
If you're going fishing and you're using, if you want to catch, my dad always said when we went fishing, if you want to catch big fish, you use big bait. So if you go out there and you're trolling around your boat and you're not getting any bites, which is what they're doing, they tried to go for a big fish. They're trying to change their bait now and try to catch anything that they can.
Right.
Try to get him to at least have to serve some time. Well, that should have all been done, and all of the pundits have talked about it. Like Judge Janine said, you don't do this now after you went for the home run. You don't say, oh, well, it'd be okay to take a single now. They took a big swing and a cut and they missed. You don't get another bite at the apple. This is like begging for trying to get something to stick so they can walk out and say, well, yeah, we got them for that.
Yep.
We got them for a weapons charge or something, but that could have all been done before this even went to court. That could have been a negotiated plea before this ever hit the television sets. And that's usually how it happens. They overplayed their hand and they lost big time, bigly.
Yep.
So then it says, this tweet struck me as odd, almost as if it were a marker of sorts. And it does say exactly the same thing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you'd have to go to 380.
There.
All right. And this goes back to something that people were talking about a while ago about, remember when the UN troops were going to show up?
Right.
And it says, no UN troops, fake. That's a relief, though Chicago is in clear agony either way. Let's hope that all changes soon. I'm thinking that Chicago being so close to that area and being a blue state, maybe they'll have some National Guard activity there. And that's why they have the NATG at the bottom.
Yeah.
There's a relationship. I think that would be one good thing. To go in there and clean out some of that mess that's been going on for,
so
50 years.
Let's just talk about the issue with the inner cities and some of the narrative we're hearing right now, going back to riots. How many of the inner cities, how many of the businesses are going to stand up and say, if this happens again, we're replacing you? Like, if our leaders are going to let this happen again, people are pissed off about that. People are pissed off they let the looting happen. They're pissed off they stood down, and this is going to be now. These riots are going to happen with a lot of the police officers not available. Right. And
I think it can also, if we didn't know what we knew, know now, in thinking that the National Guard or military will be involved in some way, you would think that people would have a bunch of Kyle Rittenhouses around too.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially when they see how this is going down.
Right. Yeah, what are you going to do? Just let them come and burn your business and your livelihood down again?
Right.
No, it's we've had it. We're not going to take it anymore, and that's what's going to happen.
And I think too, the writing is on the wall on how we're going to go after them very differently. Justified Country Girl is wondering why Biden went to Camp David this weekend. That was not planned, was it? It's on his schedule, but what are your thoughts on that?
Well, he never stays at the White House. He stayed there the fewest days in, ever of any president. So maybe he's not allowed, and that may be where they throw him in his cell.
Yeah, he's not allowed to be on there. He's got to do his weekend time.
Yeah.
They only let him do what he can do so he doesn't do any damage. That's why they don't let him answer any questions. It's probably white hats going, "Shut up, Joe. You're looking dumb enough."
Yeah, no kidding.
You can't look any dumber now or they're going to know.
Yeah. And then, of course, 44 is before POTUS departs on Friday. He will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless.
Well, and Dave, I did the homework on all of this, so you don't have to put it all in. But it's only, guess how many posts?
Snow White.
I'll give you 17 posts
of Snow White.
No. Stay with me here. This is my dive.
Okay. Yeah.
17 posts, and and I will give you the numbers in all the blue because I've reflected some, and we don't need to go through the minutia of going through
Okay.
every one and dissecting it, but I can give you, just for time's sake, the
But
numbers that I found and dissected out of the blue.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that it's not a particular name or number; it's the numbers you found in the blue. Okay.
Yeah, these are different ways of getting to them. So,
Okay.
and it would take quite a bit to do it. So we can just go ahead and.
All right, go ahead.
So 19.
Okay.
4.
Hold on. Sorry. Okay.
10.
Okay.
64.
All right.
43.
Okay.
71.
Okay.
19.
Got it.
106. And we've already been to 44. And then we have 371.
Okay.
97. And 194.
All right.
And these are all out of the blue numbers, but I did some. I had to divide them up in different ways, but they're all connected. So
cool. Where do you want to start? 1403.
So let's start highest to lowest.
Okay.
And that would be where we catch the 64 on 1403.
Right.
And this kind of just goes back and tells you. And this also hit what General Flynn was interviewed on. He was on Tucker tonight. And he made a reference in here. But anyway, this is May 17th, 2018. And it says, what happened? What had to happen first? Think logically. Think DOJ and FBI. Think cleaning. Number 64. Puzzle coming together? We have reached our cruising altitude of 40,000 feet long ago. As we prepare to land, please fasten your seatbelt and make sure your seat back and folding trays are in their full upright position. And then it's got the...
Hey, by the way, and we had a plane reference today with DeVries dying.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then this is just one of the graphics that shows all of the people that have been cleaned out of the DOJ and FBI.
I'm at 371. And you went to where?
Well, if you continue down, 1403.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Okay.
1403 down below.
Yeah.
And that's just a list of basically the destruction of the DOJ and the FBI, basically the 7th floor in particular.
Yeah. The deep state. Yeah.
Yep. It's been cleaned
fake
out.
News, the swamp is being drained. Trust the plan, justice. Takes a long time to drain this swamp, Todd.
Yeah, and to do it all legally. You can't.
Yeah.
He can't just go in there and start kicking doors in and grabbing people and trying them, because the American people would have revolted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because not everybody trusted him. A lot of people really still hate him, but they don't know what's going on. So then you go to, let's see, 1403.
371.
Yep. And this is December 19th, 2017. Why did the White House link posted turn up 404 2 days after? Expand your thinking. Do you believe in coincidences? White House link posted turn up 404.
404 is an error code.
Oh, yeah. That's been happening on some of Biden's, actually. Some of his links haven't been working.
Interesting.
At least for me, I don't know.
And by the way, turn up 404, get rid of the 0.
Yeah, I know. 44, and then you got the 2, which if you were to do a math problem, that would be, you could do 808 and 88.
Mm-hmm.
Because you multiply by 2. I think we ought to do that.
All right.
I didn't do it before. Let's go to 808. $88. Man, we might as well look at 404. It's right there. And we already got 44. So yeah, we're just adding 3.
This one we've been to, has 88 in it. We're under attack, war, right? And then 808 is right here. Go ahead.
Yeah, 88's February 22nd, 2018. Good to see you here again, Q. This confirmation feels great. You guys in POTUS are awesome. Thank you again for all of this and everything you at Q and all these amazing Anons are doing. Gratitude. Did you count the spaces in the tweet and cross-reference against the spaces left to here to match the meaning? So this is when he's talking about like helping us decode stuff.
Yeah.
And just to make sure we're getting it. So see, this is where we kind of get a confirmation that we're supposed to be paying close attention
really
to Twitter.
Close attention, yeah.
And mistakes, misspellings like what's his famous one? Oh gosh, what can't I think of it? Oh God,
I'm forgetting it too.
My brain box is beating in pretty bad. I must have dropped it on the floor.
Haven't seen it lately.
That's all right. But there's misspellings matter, and there's some famous misspellings that we've.
Kofif.
Kofif, yeah. Thank you guys. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, along the way,
Corny.
you'll see a bunch of places where they actually tell us how to do what we do. They don't tell you everything.
Is that the misspelling we're talking about is Kofif, and everybody's misspelling it?
Yeah.
Except Happy Wendy. Yeah.
It's probably Q.
Yeah, exactly, right? So pass entered incorrectly first time, complex. Now, Anastasia said, go to 404 and then go to 2 days later, which would be the December 23rd, 2017. And let's just try that for while we're here.
Yeah, go for it.
23rd.
Ooh.
And that is 4:55. 5 minutes missing. 10 marker from past. 15 marker from past. Timestamps have meaning. Graphics should be in same time zone. Delta relevant. 5 today. 10 past. 15 past. Huh.
Yeah, that's more telling us how to use that's specifically to the Q clock down below.
Yeah. And then,
but it's talking about how to use the deltas.
Yeah. Talks about McCabe, countdown, the markers, who's meeting in secret right now. We see you, we hear you, you evil sick bastards are evil. Search Crum, who's number 2, no deals. 5 minutes between Trump posts again. A couple comms here, a couple confirms. But there's a can of worms this is opening up. Haiti, Red, Hussein, AIDS video, hidden message, we've been here. Who posted first? Number 2. Q post, then Trump. Red stringer, Red Cross, a lot of Red October. Classified, high priority, Haiti. Search crumbs number 2. Who is number 2? No deals. Who is number 2? Here's Eric Schmidt in North Korea, we believe.
Oh, that's a line from one of those goofy ass movies with Michael Myers. Who is number 2?
Huh. Well, number
yeah. Oh my God!
Oh, number 1, because number 1 is and there you go with the James Bond movie.
Yeah,
Dr. Evil.
Who is number 2?
Dr. Evil.
Yeah. And number 2.
He had number 1 and then number 2.
And then Biden just took a number 2 in his pants.
Yes. And speaking of which, I need to use the restroom. So if you could.
And Kamala would be considered number 2. Look at what she's pulling.
Oh, unbelievable. Yeah.
I mean, she's one of the number 2s anyway.
Did you see her today?
Isn't she brilliant?
Oh, my.
Is that the one where she had the mask on until she addressed the people and then she took it off?
No, I think I missed that.
She wears a mask while she's by herself, and she walks up to this big crowd of people and jerks the mask off and starts getting in the crowd.
Yeah.
Just like Joe did off the plane.
Yeah.
Remember when Joe came walking down the stairs of the plane with the mask on, and then he got around people and he jerks the mask off and starts hugging and kissing on people?
Yeah. Her speech today was just... just nonsense, like just so much of nothing.
Kind of like what's in her brain.
Yeah, let me see if this is it. Yeah, listen to this.
I believe that we as leaders must ask why this inequality persists.
Can't hear it.
Can't hear it.
Really? Okay.
Nope. Very, very, very low.
Never mind. It wasn't it, and she's worthless. Yeah. All right.
Well, her lover told us that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which one?
Hey, speaking of number 2, it was Brown.
Yeah.
Ew. And good night, folks.
Hey, did we come off that 933 number yet?
No.
Hey, Cindy, are you racist?
No, I'm not.
She's using her white privilege right now.
By the way, that Biden's Negro League comment, not even an issue. It was called the Negro League, right, Todd?
Yes, it was, but he called him a Negro first.
Oh, he did? I thought he just said Negro League.
No, he actually referred to him and then referred to the league. Yes, if he would have said he played in the Negro League at that time, that's what it would have been called. But the way he said it,
I get
the way
it now.
He was meant to say it, yeah.
Yep. You're right. Com 529. We were up. We were at 4,000 a couple nights live before we got eliminated. All right. So, all right, let's get back to your dive. But that was interesting that, thank you, Anastasia, for sending us here. And I'm sure I missed something here, but there's a lot at it, a lot around it. The Eye of Ra symbolism. We saw a lot of that going on with the, and the space guy today. And here's a spaceship's, missiles.
The guy that died was just in a rocket.
Yep, here's one here. right?
You know, it's one
What?
of those weird things too. You know, he goes up and risks his life to go to space for a few seconds and come back down, and then he's what, flying a little Cub cadet and crashes.
Right.
It's
And
like,
by the way, Todd, what rocket fired today? Message sent. DeVries. DeVry.
DeVry of Raw.
The Eye of Ra. DeVry.
DeVry.
Ava. Ra. Very interesting. Some
Yeah.
significant connections here.
Well, what'd you think? I was going to bring you down a path that didn't work.
This isn't your dive. This was Anastasia's. Sorry.
Well, Anastasia can take my
Here's yours.
position. 'Cause
I'm
she's
sure
doing good.
Anastasia learned everything she knows from you, though.
No. How about we take a couple weeks and she can do it, and I'll watch her do it. That'd be awesome.
Sure. Anastasia called Todd.
Call Dave. Hey, better yet, email Dave. He'll answer you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right?
Yeah. Speaking of.
All right, so we're back to your dive. We just passed 44, and we're at 371 and 194, and I'm going to leave it to you while I take a look.
Well, you what? Brown? Not Brown.
No Brown.
Okay. All right, so this is 194 and November 22nd, an upcoming Delta 2017. Uranium 1, CA, EU, California, European Union, Asia, Iran, North Korea. Iran deal. Why is this relevant? Reread drops regarding North Korea, Iran. Why? What does it mean to be covered in gold? Which couple was photographed covered in gold? The public release was a mistake. Who released the picture? Who has all the information? Why? What does it mean to be covered in gold? Can you locate another pic with why your head covered in gold? What does this represent? And then it shows the three sides of the triangle. The sum of all fears. And then we go to November 5th, 2017. All these deltas, we've just been here. So it's kind of like we keep going back. But this says, it's anonymous. Remember what Q said. They were waiting for this. Whatever is happening now. Archive everything. They cut the feed trying to shut him down. Remember what Q said. They were waiting for this. Whatever is happening now. Archive everything. So we need to start I've already taken a lot of my graphic off of my computer. I suggest you guys do too, because they may be shutting us down, and people are going to wonder what's going on, and we're going to have to help them understand when it's dark, if there's not as much communication as we want. At least our friends and relatives will have an idea that we know what's going on. Otherwise, they're just going to think we're crazy. Imagine that. Nothing is a coincidence. We are at war. Saudi Arabia cut the strings. They are scrambling for cover and using any means necessary out of their remaining power control. God bless. Q. So I think that's pretty much relevant to the time we're in. And then we go to November 5th, number 97. We've been there these are all drops we've just been to. 97, 88, 71, they're all there, but I'll read them real quick. Game theory defined. Why is this relevant? Moves and counter moves. Who is the enemy? False flags. Shooter identification. Shooter history. Shooter background. Shooter family. MS-13. Define hostage. define leverage, MS-13, shooter, family, hostage, force, narrative, race, background. Why is this relevant? Flynn just hit the airwaves again today on Fox. What is Flynn's background? What was his rank? Was he involved in intel ops? What access or special privilege? Why is this relevant? Setup. Who wins? Who becomes exposed? Who knows where the bodies are all buried? Who has access? What is military intelligence? Who was part of military intelligence during BO term? Who was fired during BO term military intelligence? Why is this relevant? Reread complete Chrome graphic, confirmed good. Paint the picture. Disinformation exists and is necessary. 10 days, Darnkess, war, good versus evil, roadmap of big picture is here. Review post happenings, clarified, crumbs not only for posts online, the silent ones, others monitoring, friends and enemies, instructions, Snow White, Godfather 3. Huge drop regarding Flynn popping back onto the mainstream media because he hasn't been on mainstream for quite a while.
Yep.
I was kind of shocked to see him. And he made a reference to a 60,000 foot view.
Yeah, very odd.
I was
on Tucker's.
I was kind of shocked to hear 60,000 foot view because I don't know that there's a reference in the drops to a 60,000 foot view. We might want to look that up after this.
I think that was a reference to the guy who got killed today. By the way, say hi to Mr. Whistle Whiskers.
Hello, Mr. Whiskers.
Oh, yeah, that could
be. We haven't
be.
seen him for a long time.
I know. He was inside, and I thought I'd bring him in.
Aww.
Well, now nobody's going to pay attention to my
baby.
drop.
He never
Oh my
gets
gosh.
any attention.
Hey, you know better than you're not supposed to work with animals or kids.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I figure working with you is like a kid. So let me bring
More
an
like
animal in.
I was gonna say, I think it's a silverback.
But do you notice? You see how these numbers? I mean, this is November 5th, November 5th, November 4th, and these are all coming out of blue numbers that are not related in any other way.
Yep.
And then the next drop, 88, talks about 10 days darkness.
Hey, by the way, brother, I wanted to just pull up the 60,000 that you mentioned. And what comes up is 60 because I put the comma in. You can count the people who have the full picture on two hands. Of those less than 10, only 3 are non-military. What was I just saying tonight?
Yeah.
About the posse comitatus and Adam Schiff and how he doesn't want any of the military to be able to extract information that could be damaging. Why is this relevant? Game theory, which you were just talking about.
Yeah, that was 97's first line.
Yeah. Outside of a potential operator who has been dialed in with orders specific to his or her mission, nobody else has this information. Operators never divulge. Alice in Wonderland. Operators never divulge, my friends, which is why you know for a fact there are no outside comms. No outside comms. Right?
Right.
And then
well, that's pretty cool because that goes right from post 97 to what I was saying about Flynn, and this mentions Flynn.
Yeah. Yep.
So did you search? Oh, you didn't? Did you search 60,000?
Yeah, that's the search for 60,000.
It just came up on 60. Okay.
Yeah.
because I remembered a 40,000 foot view, but a 60,000 foot view would be from space, right?
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying I think it's related to the guy who died today.
Yeah.
He was taken out with a missile, which we were just on, maybe. The other thing that I wanted to point out was darn kiss. Instead of darkness, 10 Days of Darkness could start with an event coming out of North Korea. NK. We don't quite know why they misspelled darkness here. We did go to Randy took us years ago, took us down to the 10 Days of Darn Kiss on Amazon.
The book?
Yeah. And
isn't that about abuse or something, childhood abuse?
Yeah. And it brings us to a book. Let me see. Doesn't go there anymore, but it used to take us to a book called The 10 Days of Darkness, that Darn Kiss, that was about a 5-year-old boy that was physically and sexually abused. And it's not here anymore. Huh. Wow. Mirror Study Bible. 1144 page Mirror Study Bible. Think Mirror. That's interesting.
Huh.
I've never. The Romance of the Ages. 10th edition, 2021. Read the Bible. Think Mirror. Endorsed by Desmond Tutu. Whiskers, you're kind of blocking the screen there, pal.
That's an improvement right there.
Aww.
Wow.
Whiskers. Janice says, darn kiss means unsettling, disturbing pain.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting.
Well, I think, there's got to be revelation on, what's been going on with the children, which could unite the whole world.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah. Okay, so back to the dives here.
So we're at 88. Which is pretty amazing how you pull these out of blue numbers, and the blue numbers continue the story.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, brother.
So 97 was November 5th, 2017, and number 88 is November 5th, 2017, which is only, 6 days after his first post?
Yeah.
And so then it says
7 days.
10 days darkness, scare tactics, mainstream media, D's falling, R's walk away removed, Saudi Arabia, USA, Asia, EU, disinformation is real, distractions are necessary. Focus was US today, while real happening in Saudi Arabia under same context. Military control, martial law, missile strike, rogue, etc. Necessary. POTUS's Twitter attack, see above, important. Why is this relevant? What was the last tweet by POTUS prior to Saudi Arabia? Why is this relevant? SA1, US 2, Asia 3, EU 4. Where's POTUS? Why is this relevant? Military operations, operators in U.S., Snow White, The Great Awakening, Godfather 3. So I think, we've been there before, but 10 days, 10 days, 10 days, 10 days.
Yep.
Come on, people.
Yeah, come on. Come
Then
on.
you have
Come on, 777.
Then you have
Come on.
then you have 71, which
And
is
another
November
Snow White,
4th.
by the way, brother. Another Snow White.
Yep. And then November 4th, 2017, follow Huma, who connects HRCCF to SA. Why is this relevant? Who is the Muslim Brotherhood? Who has ties to the Muslim Brotherhood? Who is Awan? What's the Awan group? Where do they have offices? Why is this relevant? Define cash laundering. What is the relationship between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan? And that's where I did the dive on the Pakistani lady that was actually Huma's mentor.
That's right. That's right. I forgot about that.
That's in the Twitter that led all the way back to Jekyll Island and the Goodyear family.
Yeah.
Why is this relevant? Why would Saudi Arabia provide tens of millions of dollars to U.S. senior government officials? Wonder why. What does Saudi Arabia obtain in exchange for payment? Why is access important? What happened when HRC lost the election in 2016? How much money was provided to the Clinton Foundation by Saudi Arabia during 15-16? HRC loss of access, power control. Does the repayment of funds to Saudi Arabia occur? If so, how? Why did BO send billions in cash to Iran? Why wasn't Congress notified? Why was this classified under state secrets? Who has access to state secrets? Where did the planes carrying the cash depart from and land? Did the planes all land in the same location? How many planes carried the cash? Why is this relevant? What does this have to do with North Korea? You're talking North Korea now. What does this have to do with Saudi Arabia, Clinton Foundation cash donations? What does this have to do with ISIS? What does this have to do with slush funds? Why is Saudi Arabia so vitally important? Follow the money. Who has the money? What is happening in Saudi Arabia today? Why is this relevant? Who was Abdullah bin Abdulaziz? What events transpired directly thereafter? How was POTUS greeted compared to other former U.S. presidents when in Saudi Arabia? He got the sword dance and held the sword. Why is this relevant? What is the meaning of this tradition? What coincidentally was the last tweet sent out by POTUS? Why is this relevant? Was that an instruction of some kind? To who? Why is this relevant? Where was POTUS when that tweet was sent? Why is this relevant? What attack occurred? What attack took place in Saudi Arabia as operations were undertaken? Flying objects. What U.S. operators are currently in Saudi Arabia? Why is this relevant? Questions provide answers. Alice in Wonderland.
Huh.
And then going backwards, now we're on the book. 64, 44, 43. 64 is November 2nd. That's Q's book and Huma's release date. Fellow patriots, I'm being advised actions have created accelerated counteractions. We have not yet ascertained the scope of the attack. Watch the news outlets. POTUS's Twitter takedown was not by accident, as referenced several hours ago. Should the lights go out, please know we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared and assets are in place. God bless. I must go for good at this point. And then we have 44, which everybody knows. Before POTUS depots on Friday, he will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless. On Trump's message today, he had some messages, didn't he? That I read a couple that he posted. Did he finish one of those with God bless?
You know, we didn't cover those tonight. Christy didn't have them in the show notes, I noticed.
If we go to El Donaldo Trumpo, he always posts them. So
okay.
I'm thinking that he signed off with God bless, I thought. Or no, it was it could have been that.
This speech?
Yeah, I thought at the end he might have said, did he say God bless?
Let's play it.
When On this Veterans Day, I'd like to pay tribute to all of those incredible people, and you are indeed incredible people, who serve so well and so strong and so powerfully in the United States Armed Forces. We love you, our nation respects you, the world respects you, and we will come back. Our country has gone through a lot. The last period of time has been very, very tough, watching what you had to watch, but our country will be back, and will be back stronger than ever. Happy Veterans Day. On this Veterans Day, I'd like to pay tribute to all of...
Where did I see God bless?
You did the five hands there.
Yeah.
It wasn't there.
No, I'm looking.
Me look like El Presidento, but me know him.
Yeah, he's great.
Me, Senor Twitter Jacko and his no-hug Twitter Niños. I'm mucho different with Glorioso Mustachio. Please no ban me again.
So funny.
Time to bring back Trump.
Dang it.
Live free and be happy. Boom.
The electors, okay? And you're going to have a constitutional crisis. But you know what? And we're going to get to the bottom of 3 November, and we're going to decertify the electors, okay? And you're going to have a constitutional crisis. But you know what? We're a big and tough country, and we can handle that. We'll be able to handle that. We'll get through that. Because not only we're winning on a massive scale.
Do you think there's a reason why they needed to, arrest him and indict him? Okay. The war room is crushing them right now.
Squeaky wheel.
Yeah.
he's getting greased.
Yeah.
Does he sound scared?
Nah, not at all. Not at all. This one does not have a God bless.
Nope.
I
went through and I didn't see any. I thought I saw one today, but I could have been wrong.
You're saying things.
Let's see what he's saying about this.
One last question, if I can quickly. Across this country, we've seen this new phenomenon lately, chanted at sporting events and on signs. The phrase is, "Let's go Brandon," a sort of code for a profane slogan attacking President Biden. What does the president make of that? One last question, if I can quickly. Across this country, we've seen this new phenomenon lately.
I don't know why that's so funny. It just is.
I love Cat Turd.
Oh, Cat Turd got over 600,000 followers now.
He's probably shadow banned too. He would have probably 6 million.
Yeah, exactly. Look how many people showing up at the Golden Gate Bridge in California over the medical mandates. This is fantastic.
Nobody shows that stuff, Dave. That's just Donald Trumpo does a great job on that.
Yeah. Love my beautiful Australian patriotos organizing and standing up, reject the apartheid, long live freedom.
Yeah, I think today was supposed to be a huge one. Like the biggest one ever, I thought.
Well, Wednesday, November 17th is 12 p.m. sharp, Brisbane, King George Square. Australia's taking their country back, dude.
They're going to do it physically.
Look at this.
Isn't that great?
Oh, this judge is going places. Oh, my God. And his ringtone, you don't even have to make that up.
Who did this?
Oh my God.
Horrible.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Oh boy.
I'm telling you, if you want to get a good laugh, this is where
the Hispanic and the African American.
This is they
Satchel.
got racist Joe
This is Satchel.
trending.
Not everybody in the community, in the Hispanic and the African American community, particularly in rural areas that are distant and/or inner city districts, know how to get online. Not everybody in the community. In the
We
Hispanic
just got to
and
do
the
one show where we just do El Donaldo Trumpo's tweets. That's a
Oh, my
show right
God.
there.
Well, and Disclosed.tv is a show too.
Yeah, that's like all news, right? Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So let's get back to Saint Solutions. Order your colloidal silver now from Jasmine.
Oh my God, squirrel!
Hold your commercials. We're almost there.
There we go, folks. Reach out to Jasmine, and she's got also some amazing Gold Electrum, which is fantastic. All right, let me.
Hey, Dave, I have a possible new sponsor too for you. I'll have to talk to you about off the show, but
Okay.
very exciting, very exciting.
Very cool. Okay, we got some more stuff to bring the Sneds too. That they're. And I want to get back to this too, but I don't want to interrupt your dive here, like you just did.
Let me get through it, and I'll go to sleep.
Okay.
I'm already halfway there.
Well, yeah, I was 90% there just a few hours ago.
Well, did you get what I sent you?
Did you just send me something?
Yeah, the Hunter Biden picked me up.
Oh no, I didn't quite get that. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. It's the Uber here is just really Uber Eats is just really bad. Did you send me a?
Yeah, well, they're getting sued by the Department
edible?
of Justice.
Who's getting sued?
Uber. That I saw that scroll across Business Wire today.
Why are they getting sued?
I don't know. The Department of Justice is suing them though.
Okay.
So let me get through 43. We only got 4 more left, and then I'm going to go sleep.
Okay.
So 43 is November 2nd, still on the day of the book. And this says, "These crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but merely inform. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. The core focus is removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within our federal government, past and present, as well as others. Simply be diligent. Phone numbers will be provided if you witness an uprising or other domestic violence in addition to 911. Any military scene is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Watch for confirmations tomorrow." I always get kind of tingly when I hear that one.
No kidding.
November 1st. And this goes back to the Satchel Paige talk.
Yeah.
Why do these want to control the black population? Why do they intentionally keep poor and in need? Why do D's project racism on a daily basis against ours? Why do black elected officials do all the crazy talk on behalf of the Dems? How do the D's cover the historical facts of forming the Confederacy, KKK, and oppose all things pro-black regarding legislation? What happens if the D's lose the slave grip on the black population? Why do D's, through the funding of the CIA, prop up and install Hollywood media assets? Does this fall within Operation Mockingbird? What were the historical advantages D's gained by having mainstream media and famous people peddling narrative? Who exposed the pedo network within Hollywood? Cappy, right?
Yeah.
You can't answer the above, but will laugh once disclose details. And I talked about disclose a lot lately. I
That's
was
true.
talking
Disclose
about
TV.
disclose. Yeah. You can't answer the above, but will laugh once disclose details. The network which controls this false narrative, which in turns keeps the black population under control, is being dismantled. False local and national black leaders will be exposed next as shills for the D Party. Follow the money. Maxine W. has a $4 million home and cash assets in excess of $6 million. How is that possible? One example. All of these questions will help to paint the full picture.
And she doesn't even live in her district.
Yeah, her district. Yeah.
By the way, I've got my own cat turd here, right here. So,
So
ahead.
then we're going back all the way to October 29th. Remember, the FBI and military intelligence have an open investigation into the Clinton Foundation. Why did Comey drop this? Who was the FBI director during the Haiti crisis? How many kids disappeared? How much money sent to Clinton Foundation under disguise of Haiti relief went to Haiti? What countries donated big money to Clinton Foundation and why? How much was owed by accepting? When she lost, how would this be repaid? What did Obama do with the cash just prior to leaving office? Repayment to those who donated for favors, access?
Yeah.
Dig. Again, good people are forced into bed with this evil under personal and family threats. Could you live with yourself helping to cover up such an evil, despicable acts if given a safe way out? These people worship Satan. Some openly show it.
Yeah.
And then 4. But see how they all go? I mean, they flow, right?
Yeah, they do.
They flow. You can tell when
it's not even. Here's the thing that we figured out about the Q drops is it's not linear, and it's a map, and sometimes 19 will connect with 10 over a bridge of blue numbers, and so it's certainly not linear, and it flows right together. Yeah, go ahead.
So then the last dive of the night is some of us come here to drop crumbs, just crumbs. POTUS is 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting he's even a target is false. POTUS will not be addressing the nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted and must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. To suggest this is the plan is false and should be common sense. Focus on military intelligence, state secrets, and why might that be used versus any 3-letter agency. What Supreme Court decision opened the door for a sitting president to activate? What must be showed? Why is POTUS surrounded by generals? Again, there are a lot of good people, a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. This was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players, not just Democrats. Don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, Roths, Clintons, etc. have more power in present day than POTUS. Operation Mockingbird, patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. So, with that in mind,
yeah,
that's what I'm going to do.
Sit back and enjoy the show.
This weekend,
anyway. That's what we're going to do. But then we get back on the horse and fight on Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Christy Kilburn said that you missed there was a boom from Trump video, 144 length of video and 711 timestamp.
From a Trump video when? Oh, on his speech?
I'm guessing. She's also saying Brittany is Snow White. And in the kill brackets, it says this week. Christy Kilburn, can you just send us a link?
Yeah, the stuff
She
you
said
sent
it was
me,
in chat.
Christy, was kind of tough. And by the way, Christy, we'll get more in there if we get it before showtime and I have a chance to go over it beforehand.
Before 4:30, if you can.
Yeah, 4:30 Pacific time.
Right.
1:40. So what was the if you could communicate with her, what was the 1:44 was the time stamp or the time length of his video to the veterans? Is that right?
1:44 length of video and 7:11 timestamp.
Okay. That might be the
She said it's posted on her Facebook at the top right. I sadly can't just jump on Facebook still with my phone. I don't know what the heck's going on there.
Right. Here, let me pull it up.
I'm flying blind.
Okay. Okay, here it is. It was Disclosed TV. This is Christy Kilburn, Blackburns. Okay, so Justin Trump speaks on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. That was a 7/11, September 11th, 2021. 1:44 timestamp of the video. 7/11 takes us to King to Pawn checkmate. Thank you, Dopey. We heard about Snow White. King to Pawn, eyes on. Okay. And then 1:44. Now, why are we looking at this on September 11th, Christy? And I'll go to 1:44 in the queue. I think I already did. Here, let me do that. Yeah, 1:44. Patriots don't sleep. 40,000-foot view necessary to understand U.S. Saudi Arabia global events. We were just talking about that. Paint the picture. Decrease altitude. We will not fly that high again. Higher the altitude, greater the risk of conspiracy. ST. Many will not swallow. What is no such agency? Q Group. Who has clearance to full picture? We already saw 7 military, 3 civilian. Important. SIS is good. Admiral Rogers. What agency is at war with clowns in America? How does POTUS shift narrative? New Age of Enlightenment, 80% covert, 20% public. What's occurred over the last several months? C-info leaks. Operations think Saudi Arabia plus 3 question marks, parentheses, 4th. CNN sale. What companies receive large cash injections by clowns in America? Public. Why? Who does it hurt? Who controls the MSM? Primary objective from beginning, POTUS discredit MSM. Why is this relevant? How is information transmitted? How are people informed? Why was Sarah Carter attacked? Hack attempt. Why was Operation Mockingbird repeated? Who is Jason Bourne? CIA Dream. Thanks social media platforms. Who are the wizards and the warlocks? What council do the wizards and warlocks control? Council of Rome, maybe now. Wizards and warlocks are the good ones. Think Snowden, inside terms dropped. Alice in Wonderland understood. Snow White understood. Iron Eagle. Godfather 3, Speed, everything has meaning. Disney is a distraction. Senate and Congress equals puppets, not all. Power shift for God and country, for humanity. Geronimo. And then thank you, Dopey. King to Pawn, eyes on. ST, I forget what ST is or who. And there was another one there. Also in the kill brackets, it was is
U.S. this week.
U.S. risk this week. THISWEEEEK. Okay. And then, of course, you got U.S. kill brackets risk. So U.S. risk this week. Question is, I don't know why we're at 144. And I don't know why we're at 711. So please help me out with that. And it'll give a little bit more, credence to what we're doing here.
Also, she said that she sent a link, which I forwarded to your email, about Britney Spears when she checked into the Beverly Hills Hotel underneath the name as Snow White.
Okay. Many people will use aliases when they check into hotels so people can't find them. Just hours before this was January 31st, 2008, hours before the police were summoned to her home, Britney Spears checked into the Beverly Hills Hotel under the name Snow White. Okay.
Why would the police ever look for her in the Beverly Hills Hotel, though?
Oh, it's not the police she's hiding from. It's from her fans.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
It's just funny because, whoever was after her would have looked there first.
Mm-hmm.
Her dad. She said it was the 4-year Delta. 7-Eleven is the timestamp of the video post. That's from Christy Blackburn. She just sent that to me.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Christy.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. So it's a 4-year Delta for today. So if we look up November, I'm sorry, Q. Hold on. If we look up November 12th, okay, 144. Yep, 4-year Delta for November 12th. Thank you, Christy. Great stuff. Oh, by the way, Soros family history. Okay. A lot of stuff on Soros tonight. And I think it was it Rick that mentioned that Paris Hilton got married today. And she'd never been married. Paris marries Carter Reum, Reum. Okay. And he's a venture capitalist. Okay. She's never been married before, but if you look up Hilton in the drops, here she is in a picture. I don't know who this is, but I was wondering if it was what's her name? What's his name?
Jen Psaki?
No.
Rachel Chandler?
No. Put red hair on her. Looks like Jen Psaki.
Yeah. No, the child trafficker. Rachel Handler. Ray Chandler.
Mm-hmm. Ray Chandler.
Is that Rachel Chandler? Ray Chandler?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Who did Nikki Hilton, sister of Paris, marry? James Rothschild, right? Hilton Rothschilds, marriage for power, not love, Soros, Clinton, etc. News Unlocks map, think mirror, we were just there. Which team? They don't know. Apache. Snow White dive took me to Apache earlier. 2020 coming. Still don't believe you're a sheep to them. Public is vital. Release of info vital. Outrage justice. Can we simply arrest the opposition without first exposing the truth? Follow the light. 666, signal to POTUS. They control the market. Signal, threat, welcome to the global war. There was another dive that was 666 pertaining to the market tonight, Todd. And here's
right there, yeah.
post 666, Hilton Roth.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Dopey Freed, stock market dive, Rothschild estate. Yeah. So is the Paris Hilton marriage a calm? Yeah, Snow White and the 7 servers, Tricia. Yeah, it's the 7 supercomputers. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Siggy, Air Force vet, I guess I did miss that episode. 1 of 3 missed in 2 years. Wow, you guys are amazing that hit every show. You're amazing.
Awesome. They had to get something free.
I know. Well, she missed 3 shows though.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, forget that then.
100% attendance would be something. But
all right, Siggy, you get a T-shirt tonight. You get a T-shirt tonight.
Send me a check in the mail, Siggy. Just kidding.
Hey, by the way, for those of you who won on the giveaway like a week ago, this weekend is when I'm shipping those out. So just so
and if you don't get it, get a hold of Christy because she'll never
exactly,
get it.
exactly. She'll get on me. And
hey,
the Getty wedding.
When do I get a Sned Bear?
We can't find them. They're off the coast of California right now.
There's probably a whole container ship full of them.
Yeah,
I heard somebody got one.
Oh, well, it wasn't. It was a Sned's bear. You mean this one? Yeah, it wasn't a bear with me that Nancy came up with. It was a Sned's bear with where we go one, we go all.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we might. You need one for your tree.
Yes.
A tree.
Speaking of Nancy, can we keep her in our prayers and her family?
Yeah. Everything all right?
Her mom is 99 years old, bless her heart, and she's getting ready to go meet her husband and son and cross over. So it's she's in Upper Idaho, but yeah, it's going through a difficult time right now for the family. So Nancy could use our prayers. Nancy's a really wonderful person. So
what Nancy are we talking about here?
I'm Nancy Sutherland. Her mom is 99 years old.
Okay.
She's,
Okay.
well, I don't know all the details, but
okay. All right. Will do. Thank you. Catherine Bishop, Uncle Dave, will you sing me happy birthday? Happy birthday, Catherine.
Happy birthday, Catherine.
All right. All 3 of us ready?
No.
All right. Hang up. Get lost. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Catherine. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
Get vaccinated.
That was kind of
God.
That was kind of creepy.
Creepy Dave.
I know, creepy Joe Dave. Creepy Joe Dave.
Oh God.
I'm so sorry, Catherine, to that happy birthday and many, many more. I didn't mean to get creepy Joe on you there at the end. Mr. Whiskers needs a representation in this Sned Nation. There he is right there, folks. There we go.
He's so cute.
He's got wings.
I got him on the pillow. He agrees with everything I say.
Of course he does.
Okay.
Yeah, he wants to be fed.
Hey,
by the way,
yeah.
I got something to tell you that's really funny.
Okay.
Jeannie Courtney Gal just sent me a message. Well, first of all, she said, "Oh my gosh, my Rottweiler is howling at Dave's singing." funny is
Oh
that?
yeah, that's a rotten comment there.
That's a rotten by a Rottweiler.
Get it? Yeah, yeah.
She also
Um,
said send her a picture of a Sned bear. She might be able to make him.
who said that?
Gina, the same person that had her Rottweiler howling at you.
Yeah. Gina, will you email me davesnet@gmail, please, and we'll connect on that. That would be amazing. Yeah, that's hilarious. Deborah says Mr. Whistle Whiskers didn't take his coat off. Mr. Whistle Whiskers does not watch mainstream media, so he's fine. By the way, he just said "I love you" when he squints his eyes like that. That means I love you, right, buddy? Huh?
What a cutie.
Is that when you spray salt water in his eyes?
Yeah, just to get him to say that. He's an amazing cat. I never thought I'd be a cat guy, but he's amazing.
How old is he?
Oh gosh. Let me see. He is 7, 8.5, I think.
Oh, he's young.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's Maine Coon. A Maine Coon. Jasmine calls him Cooney.
Cooney?
Yeah, for King Coon. Whiskey. Look over there. Look over there. That's where everybody is. Huh? Hey, Cindy, what do you say you end up the week with a prayer? You know who needs it right now.
I'll give her a chance to think about it for now, because I got something I wanted to share.
Okay.
Todd wants to do the prayer.
No. I want to share this. A member of my distant family, through my ex-wife's side, is up for an award from L'Oreal of Paris. It's called Women of Worth, and they recognize philanthropic achievements of nonprofit leaders from across the nation. And her, what she does, she had a tragedy in her family. Her son Chad suffered from anxiety and depression all through his childhood and early youth. And he battled and they as a family worked really hard, but they lost the battle, and Chad unfortunately took his own life. And she created a nonprofit called Chad's Coalition, and it focuses on mental health awareness and suicide prevention for children in Missouri. And it was founded in 2005 after Chad lost his battle with depression and took his life in 2004. Chad was a model student and athlete at Oakville High, and that she was a healthcare provider at the time, and she worked in the healthcare system, and she found very quickly through her sad story with Chad that the healthcare system wasn't prepared or equipped to help fight mental illness or diseases, especially for the youth of our country.
Right.
And before he passed, Chad actually told her that it was his. What he wanted to do was go around and actually tell his story to like high school kids, and because he thought he had beaten it, and he thought he would be a good person to actually help other kids that were going through anxiety and depression. And he ended up, unfortunately, like I said, losing his battle with that.
How old was he?
He was in high school. I forgot his exact.
Good looking kid.
High school.
Just a brilliant kid, great athlete, best looking kid. I mean, you would just never know that he was so broken inside, and so that's why she's actually worked very, very hard for a lot of years, and Chad's has presented close to 60,000 people children in the St. Louis area. They've had 60,000 people, kids that they've dealt with, and 6,312 students asked for additional support after a presentation. It says suicide is one of the most prominent causes of death among children, and Chad's goal is to reduce that suicide rate in Missouri by 50% by the year 2032 through a variety of programs, outreach, and support.
Wow.
And so I told the family that I would get the message out, and through this this L'Oreal contest that she's actually it's a huge thing just to be nominated. Only 10 nonprofits were nominated, and
Wow.
she has a chance to get $25,000 towards her towards Chad's coalition, and that would be huge for a nonprofit. So what we need to do, and Cindy will share the link.
Okay.
You can vote every day in November.
Okay.
And what I was going to do was set my alarm to go off at like noon every day.
Okay.
And then all you have to do is go to the link that we're going to share in the chat and just vote for Chad's coalition and marry him.
What's the website?
It's on Cindy's. Are you dropping it, Beth?
Yeah, I was just getting ready to when you said that.
Because Cindy, if you drop it, I'll drop it into Restream, so all the sites get it. If you want to drop it in Facebook, I'll see it right away.
Okay.
Miriam is a warrior for children now and kids, young adults, and she's fantastic. I mean, she's a she's an incredible woman. Very, like, when you just talk to somebody and you end up walking away and you go, wow, that's an impressive person.
Yeah.
They have like an aura around them that, that she's doing good. So
yeah,
she's that type of person. So Marion McCord would be who to vote for. And that's Chad's coalition.
I had to send it to you through email because, again, I can't get on my messenger.
Oh, right. Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I apologize.
And I'll be posting on Facebook more information as far as the story. And there's an article in L'Oreal Paris, Women of Worth. It's a pretty cool thing. So we're going to try to get her across the finish line so she can. I mean, I can't think of it, especially with, during this time, with kids dealing with so much anxiety and depression through what we're going through. I mean, I think it's a perfect thing to actually get behind.
And so, and it could raise $25,000.
Yeah, what they do is whoever gets the most votes on their links that of the 10 finalists, whoever gets the most votes in November will get the $25,000 grant, and that's by L'Oreal of France, of Paris, L'Oreal Paris.
Did you get the email, Dave?
Yep. And just dropping it now. In the chat.
I'd really appreciate it. I know Marion would, and I think, for just the little amount of time it takes us to vote, I think it'd be like a vote for all the kids involved.
Absolutely. All right, I'm dropping it in Facebook and dropping it in the Restream.
Yeah, I meant to bring this up earlier to you, Dave, but we kind of didn't have a lot of time, and but I didn't think you'd have a problem with it.
Sadly, there's a lot of children of all ages, young to all ages, and into adults that suffer from mental health issues, and it's like one of the areas that obviously is starting to get more light shine onto it, but for years and years, it's just been overlooked.
Well, nobody really wanted to admit they had a problem.
Exactly.
Well, yeah. I mean, and the problem with mental health issues is that, and I'm gonna vote now so people can see how easy it is. There you go. Is that when you're depressed, you go inward, and the last thing you want to do is reach out to somebody.
Right.
So it's like a double-edged sword, right? That's a time when you should be talking to somebody, you should be with people that could help you, and yet you don't reach out to them.
That's that inward spiral. That's
think that they can handle it, do it all themselves, and they can't, obviously.
No.
Well, just like him.
And I think I don't know if in that link if there's a picture of Chad. I mean, he was just like the all-American boy.
I can send that.
Yeah, send the picture of Chad. He just, it's
He
like
was in-
every.
Is that him?
No.
She'll send you a picture.
Okay.
Dark hair.
I mean, he's like a JFK kind of guy. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Right there.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
He was an Eagle Scout. He was in the top 15% of his class. Had almost 20 college credits. Church youth group retreat leader. An outstanding athlete. He earned 5 Most Something Plaque Awards for cross-country, soccer, and track. He was being recruited by a Division I school to play college soccer.
Yeah.
Nominated for and attended a week-long leadership program in Washington, D.C. Volunteered as a coach and worked for the Kirkwood Track Club. Assistant coach for his church CYC track team for 4 years. Wow. He volunteered especially with children with special needs. He worked with Ride On St. Louis, an equestrian therapy program for physically challenged children.
He did a lot in his year, the years that he was here.
No kidding. Oh, my God.
And he had intentions on carrying even further because, like I said, he felt like he was, he felt like he was actually coming out the other side at one point, and that's when, it just came back and got him.
Sorry to hear that, Todd. That's how sad.
Yeah, I mean, and just look at, we've had friends throughout this crisis, that we've lost, and we would have done anything to try to talk to them, but we didn't know where they were, we didn't know. I did, you just don't know until it's too late most of the time. So it's important to get the message out, that there's help out there.
Wow.
So I'd really appreciate it if you guys, like I said, I'm going to set my alarm for like noon or, just when you wake up, when you get your coffee while you're waiting for it to brew, just take the 1 minute it'd take to,
oh my God,
get on that link, vote. Just do it every day. Just do it till the 30th. And I'm hoping maybe we can push her across the line.
Let's do that. Guys, you saw how easy that was. Literally, I clicked on the link, typed in my email, clicked yes, and then send. Yeah.
I mean, it's I can't think of a better cause. So.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Thanks, man.
Yep, no problem.
Good stuff.
So you got your prayer. And I'll be doing a post on Facebook about the whole situation. I wanted to reach out to the family, and I didn't know what, I didn't want to share anything that had been shared because when I talked to my ex-wife about it, I was like, well, I didn't know what was public and what was private, and I didn't want to cross any lines. So I've reached out to them, and they said pretty much, you can tell the story. So
awesome. Hey, some good news to end on. COVID breakthrough. Scientists discover antibody that can stop COVID infection before it starts and undo all variants. This is at University of North Carolina and also Duke. This was just today. Awesome. And it's 2 universities' scientific breakthrough on antibodies. So keep an eye out for this. Dig into this a little bit. Christy, if you could put that in the show notes if you haven't already. Yeah. So
Awesome.
this is happening. So.
Well, Trump said it would just go away when it went away.
Right? Yeah. Yep.
Okay, Cindy, you're on.
All right, Cindy.
What? Oh, yeah, the prayer. Sorry, I forgot. Okay. Did we have any other names that I was needing to pray for, Dave, that I didn't hear early on?
Just there we go. Mr. Whiskers is coming for the prayer here.
Mr. Whiskers,
did he moon? Did he moon us?
He did. Yes, he did. He learned from the best. Yeah, just my dad, my brother, and my family I'd appreciate, and yeah, thank you.
And all those out there suffering from anxiety and depression, just like we were talking about.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. And look at all the Snedheads that are doing this. They're already done. They're marking it done that they've already voted.
Awesome.
Let's make this happen, folks. Let's make this happen, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it. That would be something to be proud of.
Yeah. And $25,000, that can go a long way to imagine how many people that could touch, and possibly save from suicide. All right, Cindy, take it away. Thank you for doing this.
Okay. Lord Jesus, we come to you this evening. We thank you that you're constantly working at protecting all of us, protecting our children, those that are suffering with inner demons, battles, as we are talking about. Thank you for helping Marilyn McCord be able to win the money for Chad's coalition so that they continue to do good work with all of the children in the St. Louis and Missouri area. We pray for the protection over those people that are suffering with mental illness, and that you give them strength and encouragement, as we know that you can. We also pray for protection of our armed forces that are out there serving and protecting us right now. Give them the strength that they need, and remind them that their service is worthwhile, and that so many people do appreciate them, and that they may know the peace inside that you're protecting them. Also, we ask for prayers for Dave's family, for his dad, for his brother, over him, his wife, and child, as well as for Nancy Sutherland, for her family, as for her mom, 99 years old mom, that you've granted her a long, healthy life, and that they cherish the memories that they have with her, and that you bring peace to the family. And as she crosses over into this next journey to be reunited with her husband and her family, and that so that her and her husband can now dance in heaven just like they danced all the time in their house when he was alive. And we ask also for prayers for baby Grace and her parents, that you can please bring them a home health care nurse, the right one, the right fit, and to be able to bring their mom and dad some much needed rest, and to please help baby Grace continue this fight that she's on, so that one day she can be President Grace, or she can be whatever it is that you have well intentions for her. And we just ask for your guidance and protection over all of us, as we all are having our own battles that we're each facing every day. And we know that you're going to bless President Trump and hopefully bring him back into the picture for us, and help change around this horrible situation that we have going on in our country right now. So please, Heavenly Father, we ask for your guidance and protection, and we give thanks to you for everything. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Cindy.
Wow, that was a long prayer.
I knew you were going to say that.
Hey, did Nancy's mom pass?
She is not, but she said 1 or 2 days. So
Wow. Okay.
she has not passed yet, though. No.
Okay.
She has not passed as of earlier this evening. She had not.
Okay. Yeah, they were. I already pictured them dancing in heaven, so I don't want to rush that at all. But
yeah, no. Nancy shared with me that when he was alive, that they just they danced around in the house and everything, and then she also has a second husband that she'll be reunited with too. So,
well, that'll be a battle.
We love you, Nancy, and I know it's hard for your son and the grandkids and everything, and your siblings as well. So
you only have one mom.
Yep.
Yep. All right. Love you guys. Thanks for that. Have a great weekend. We'll be in touch if anything goes down. But yeah, let's keep everyone in our prayers, and much love to you all out there in Snedland. We love you, and we will connect on Monday night.
Yep. Good night, Sneds.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
love you all.
Snedheads.
Good night.
Vote.